they will make one. What's that meant to? The woman is pregnant and you use bucket to hit their stomach. What do you want? Papa, let her go. But some men. Anyway, God will punish. That's why she said the mother spirit is always angry with her because she still loves the father.
They say it's all the mother binding the father in the dream. The mother binding the
like
the
mother was whipping the father.
Very well.
The father is still alive.
Then the guy is not good life today.
One for my mother. Hey, for now. My mother also like yam fufu. My mother's favorite food is fufu. Yam. Maybe she doesn't have money to eat it. Cassava. This is the best. At the 14th. The senior twins. This one too.
This one have to eat is
between. A chair is there.
A chair also is there.
And Josie.
We have a chair, actually, do chair.
Yeah. Who is that?
Actually,
This guy is a chair.
I mean, I don't know if it's a chair or a two, but
you have to tell us whether it's a chair or a Shake.
Huh?
Tell us your position. Are you a two or a chair?
I'm a chair. A chair.
Give me a chair.
2022.
Ache.
I put on my car Vodu one.
Bokor one.
They laugh. Oh, really? Coffee?
It's new car.
Coffee never come. Police go finish this papa.
Oh, they cannot stop it.
Hey, Vodu, my friend, come and pass. Stop that nonsense. Coffee?
Okay, that's it. I'll be there.
Long time.
What? Everything is complete here. One. Application is there. Bill is there. Therefore, the whole I can go for it now. It's coming. I did she did that. Okay, I don't know you, man.
Hello, Maracha.
This thing is spoiled here.
It's not dried yet. It's not dried yet.
I'm living in a town. I cannot create another place far away from bush. So this is only for visiting. This is the space of ghost. Oh, no. put in a bucket in a cover. Fetch water inside bucket and drink. Let's be going on. The time we still have some work. You don't you not say, I'm not say, anyway. I will not do it. But I expect that trouble and the basic. Simoni, Kavi, Zapao. Celestine Yawa Akubia. Watch, don't go too far back. Oh, me do I will not teach me do I go now. I don't know what happened. We push it to that. Your phone is Celestine, your work, your phone has sense of projects, you are going to take it out. I will not use a power. Your camera should not be on. Let it go on.
Okay. All right. You know your job. Drink it and then put this come our way.
Let's go. Angelica. Angelica, I'm a more cousin of home. You're a phone. Yao Mensa, Chaco. I'm a home. You're a phone, coffee, Mensa, Tepe, Bama. Yeah. That's right. James, Kofi, Amuji. Johnson, Yavo. Uncle Skinny, my dad, petit. You fire the gun, water will come out. Hey. They try him many times in his farm and all this. At the end of the day, they went and did a reading and they told them that they should kill him when in his sleep because if he's awake, they can't kill him.
Ah, so they want to kill him when
They passed through the ceiling, the village ceiling, and they put a gun on him. They shot him in his sleep. You know why?
Why?
Because my grandfathers, the whole of Afram Plains, they own the land. And then we were fighting with the Kwao people. The Kwaos said it's their own. And our grandfathers is own. And the whole history, it was with this, my brother. The whole books they have written. He has not gone to school, but he got everything inside his head. When they go to court, they have to find a way to And it is the same family who gave him. The same family. That thing, he came to my mother's house after they buried my mother finished. He came and then he went back. That was it. That was it. Yo, everything high here.
Charlie, make him look here, Papa.
Yes, now the thing is cooking. Hey, back where I'm going.
This one, you have to be dancing and singing. There's a time for that.
It has been done already.
Look at it.
It will move.
Yes, now the thing is cooking. Hey, back where I'm going.
This one, you have to be dancing and singing. There's a time for that.
It has been done already.
Look at it.
It will move.
I need to.
It's not easy.
You put your eye for the distance.
Get a stand. Get a stand.
You know what you say? Somebody is a pastor from the church.
You got down? No, got down. Oh, Bob, pocket female in between the two sisters.
I don't mention anybody. I don't mention anybody. I don't point to. I point this one. Go check Sasha. He remains for then you come. If you leave it like that, you will be yes, and people also worry.
Not to put it I said, I come and see what I was telling you. This is what yes. Like moisture is building around it.
Obe ajo egbatakale no de wadiosia. 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 Obe
Say you are angry. What did I do wrong that you can be angry?
Okay.
Is it enough? He vex. He's a spoiling car. He vex. Let's take a little bit time. So after every 3 minutes, you need to put it off.
And then take a new one.
So try and capture Papa and the.
Sorry, like this. Like this. It's not like
I'm missing the subject.
this is how they do a set of choice. It's not like when you bring your head down. We don't say First thing, you pound one side so that because of the herbs into it, it has a fiber. That whole Okay, put me on. Marinade. You people, this charcoal that we have plenty, you people are saying. Live. Okay. Hello, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you may be, and Happy New Year to you again. This is Revolution Vodu Education, live from Africa Magic Temple in Accra, Ghana. Thank you very much. I had not been feeling very well, that's why I am a little bit late, and I guess they put the message out there that Papa is going to come, but he's not feeling well. I don't know, but I told them to put that one up. So I will just pour a libation, and then from the libation, after that, we can take off with your questions. So please, wherever you may find yourself in this hour, my greetings to you, and get ready. We are now about to take off. Oh, ago mauga sobolisa, meduago, mauga kitikata, meduago, mauga ese joto, ame joto, ese nanuame, seti enuame, wamanovevi, dokunovevi, wamanovevi mebianu, dokunovevi, ubeno, dokunovevi mebianu, wamanovevi, ubeno, sepo polipo, se la tafia, se joto, e ora kekekekeke. E me doago, me yo sheme ham for a show, me for a show, me doago, me yo abraxas, me yo zia driko doago, me yo ta driko no ku verso da kama yo me doago. E me yo me no so je ani so kakachika zibosha ngre, me la fa benya gbemi la ke benya gbemi le jori, hono me yo da kekelo, wenya ingba ma jo fro fa kla ingba ma doadika, wenya bi me matekulo, eteku. Oh, my, I can't bet you, okay, I can't do, I can't do, I can't throw, I can't, I can't, I can't, I can't, but I never had a dollar for a if you have something to do. Miami, you down, Miami, from Baba, walk up, walk when you're Zango, and play with Naha. A mayor job, but Jomaku, a Fokama volume, which you have a Vodu and Bedu, who could put a performance job when you have a job when you went to a Momoju, and quite a person, left him but over your two of the woman, not the perical. Jopatabe, happy a Jovova, joining Jopatabefia. Jopata, Betro Magbeda Molo, I prefer Berlina. Jopata, then I have in Jolo. Jopata, Jopata, the family of Messima Borgi to talk with him, Tapapel, which is Bolu Ajima, or Bojukulo Jalopum Common, Valentina Famelo, Valo, Joe, Nakpefu, Agosapate Mayolo, Atigere Mayolo, Guru, La Fia, the Yamayo Amagasa Segida, Papasa, the Resistability. Now, Kamayo, Brahim, Mayo, Bochi, Mayo, Folibo, Coco, Moraka Gomlego, Kucha, Kuma, Comanato, when you Adoago na mi kuto me ne fa na mi bobo me na gbogbo ne fa na yo to ko speku akubia no nya koso agoku fonyo ko geje tasi nya mo si fusi jam koso abra ko bra mama nya gbajo imba to gbo nya agoku kofi akubia mensa dori epe ngbe peku no me yo mi apete kuto me ne fa na mi bobo me na gbogbo ne fa na mlo yo fonyo Celestine ya wa akubia Katrina akubia fonyo sense ko jo fonyo ya oben akubia yo mi na kuto me ne fa na mi bobo me na gbogbo ne fa na nya ko ebunyosia ye me do agu me yo awa mi asoro e wo mbo achicha chufa kubia Cecilia akpene eka tepe mensa kuto me ne fa na mi lo na gbogbo ne fa na ne play bunyo mi no me yo awu no tuji boko tuji to gbe tuji me yo kirikini haso ko njira bara su bara bona na me yo boko adafi so fa hu agbobi boko afacha wa jode kuto me ne fa na ni gbogbo re na gbogbo ne fa na ni play bunyo lo ya tepe ye me yo huno honu le vapo huno honu le agbe abega kuto me ne fa na ni me yo to gbe anani tretu le jita to gbe Abraham jiveru to boko me yo mi kuto me ne fa na ni gbogbo re na gbogbo ne fa na ni play bunyo sia ye me yo to gbe fiaton Simon Kavile abenyina si zapao me yo ra kuto me ne fa na mi sia na gbogbo ne fa na ye me yo trevi bio brahini bio gbeje bio ku bia bio gbe ta sikis be sikis gbe no na ha po ije me le bachonya nu wa teshi nu na sa ku no kure to pete mi ma ha na mi no to gbe gbobu ha na mi ke dagbe jime yo mi do onbu gake me yo abochi sakra ka me chwa pa be adogo okotokoli do nko okunu maku agbere ngbe to bo no lecho o franta mani o fifi ni nkura bi sinkra o kofito o japaku o chotu a kofito he ko fi atra me yo kable me yo mi dagbe jime yo mi do ko dagbe viragbe siragbe jime yo mi do ko me be jije me ngogbe yi asibe dagbe jime yo mi do ni ko ha ni ano mi na ko dagbe viragbe me yo afana go no fa bo ma jesu ko to me so le men dakpa bi me yo ko li be meji ye ku meji woli meji di meji lo so meji woli meji abla meji akra meji buda meji sa meji ka meji trupe meji tula meji lete meji che meji fu meji bali che tula me yo club of ville ko to ba do bo ma to ba de nya de ko ko ne di lo dakbe mama yo me ka ko mo yo me se me yo me ke gbe me ke da me ke bo ya yo me ka ko me pe ke me yo e gede pe ye me. We are now in our, today is our second episode or second streaming in the new year 2022. So thank you very much everybody for joining us. I think we are starting from YouTube. We have on YouTube, we have Mario Young saying good evening daddy and the AMT family. Greetings from India. Thank you very much Mario, how are you? Thank you, and my regards to all the family members in India. And then we have Tobe Jigbeza so saying greetings, Papa, and the AMT family from Baltimore, MD. Thank you for all your teachings, lessons, and inspiration. We are celebrating my Fa Odun festival now, and you have helped make it great. Thank you very much, Tobe Jigbeza. I'm very grateful to you. And I wish your fast rituals should come out successfully, and may this year be a very good year for you. Thank you very much, Tobe Jigbeza Sesoka. And then we have Silitary Serpent, says Sesoka, greetings. I am located in Baltimore as well. Okay, thank you very much, Silitary Serpent. Thank you. And the Silitary Serpent again is saying, do you have a social media contact at Sesoka? Toby Sesoka, I think Silitary Serpent is asking you if you have any social media contact so that he could get to you. But he also lives in Baltimore, so that is good. And then Silitary Serpent is also saying greetings to Papa Toby. Thank you very much, Silitary Serpent. Thank you all for joining this afternoon. Please prepare your questions and bring your questions up, and let me try to see if I can answer them for you. Said, get me teach you one. You can get from my room or get one from the office. Yes, we are on Facebook now. Say my godfather, how are you doing? Am I invited? Dikus is saying that sure. Dikus, thank you very much. Everybody is invited. You are invited to the Streamline section of the Revolution Vodu Education. Thank you very much. And we have, is that the only one there? That's D. Cruz. D. Cruz is saying that. And then we have Prince Kwame also asking, am I invited? I think everybody is invited. We don't invite people. So long as you've seen the notification, that means you are invited to join. So thank you very much, Prince. And then we have our big sister Oluchi Osuwoke in France, saying, "Great day, Papa, and my regards to the family with peace and love." Thank you very much, beautiful big sister Oluchi. Actually, I must make an apology to all the people who I did reading for this last New Year readings. Your readings are all ready. It is only left up to me to call you and then give you the breakdown. And because of the challenges with my health, I've not been able to do it, but hopefully I will start calling people from today, and I'm going to break them to you. If I don't call you immediately, please just rest assured that I'm going to call you. Have some patience for me, and I will get back to you. Thank you very much, big sister Oluchi Osuwoke. And then let me see who is under sister Oluchi. We have also big sister Ifadara in Augusta, Georgia. Greetings, Papa. Blessings beyond measure to you and family. Thank you very much, big sister Ifadara. My regards to all the family there. And we have Al Hassan Haruna in Canada saying greetings, family. Thank you very much, Al Hassan. I'm very grateful that you joined us this afternoon. And then we have Lillian Gladstone. Hello, good afternoon, Papa. Happy to see you. Thank you very much, Lillian. Thank you very much for joining the section. I'm also happy to see you. And then big sister Oluchi say. Thank you very much for that. Lache Godo. Then we have King Ayewubo Awukupojo Doc. How are you? Happy New Year to you, and Happy New Year to all of you. Thank you very much, and very beautiful day today. I'm very grateful for all of you. Much of the original. And then we have Abrams Leon say Happy New Year. Hello, Abraham Leon. Happy New Year to you too and to your family. Thank you all for joining the section today. I think it's done. Okay. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. Honestly, my health had been having some challenges, and I think it's also partly due to fatigue. I had overworked. I was not really feeling good before the New Year, and we kind of overworked ourselves during the New Year. So people in Clubhouse, my greetings to all of you, and Happy New Year to you once again. Thanks a lot. Please bring in your questions and let's start talking. We have Telly Marie Telly on Facebook saying, "Hello, Baba. Glad you are feeling better. Greetings to you and your family." Hello, Telly. Thank you very much for joining the section. I'm very grateful for the concern of all of you, your concerns and everything. I'm very grateful to all of you for joining the section. Happy New Year to you all again. So, okay, Lamin.
Hello, good afternoon, Papa.
Yes, please, the people in Clubhouse, if you have any questions, please bring the question out so that we can start discussing, if anybody has any question. Because today my energy level is not that great, so I'm just going to take it easy. When you send me the question, then I'll be able to
answer. Okay, no problem, Papa. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone in Clubhouse. I hope everyone's having a happy New Year. I hope everyone is doing well. If you have any questions for Papa, please go ahead. Greetings, greetings. Hello. Thank you once again, and I hope that the spirits and all your health and everything comes back to you, Papa.
Thank you very much.
My question
Kofi,
is-
come and fix the clubhouse for me. Let me see the people, because here I can't see. I don't know how. Yes, okay. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay.
Baba Wakiri, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Papa.
Yes.
I wanted just to ask, in your thought of mind,
Yes.
what is the relationship that we should have with Gu, or what we call in Ifa or Gum, or in Voodoo? What is the theology and the theory that we should, the reason why we should forge our relationship with Gu, and the energy of working with that spirit?
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. Gu or Ogun, as in Ifa, but in Ewe we call it a Gu or Egu. It is believed in our cosmology, Ewe cosmology, that Egu is the one that created the world. When I say created the world, is most of the development in the world came because of Egu. And according to our tradition, Egu is the one that makes knife. Egu is the one that created gun. Egu is the one that created the hoe. And all tools that were used in hunting as well as farming. So it is said that it was a Gu that made a gun for the hunter, the spirit of the hunter, which is in Ewe we call Togbe Ade. And then I think in Yoruba, in Ifa it is Ochosi. I'm not sure, but I think so. The hunter spirit, Ochosi. It is the Egu who created the tools that the hunter used to go into the forest before finding the ancestral stool. That is the story that is told to us in all places. So Egu is very paramount in human life, in the sense that without it, we cannot really enjoy this surface of the world. So the spirit Egu, in that sense, is the one that is helping human mind to develop all the physical things, knife, car, airplanes, train, just mention anything that is made out of metal. And it is all this that Egu is the one that will develop the saw that cut the wood down, that created house in which we are living, houses in which we are living. So if you look at it from that angle, the spirit Egu or the voodoo Egu is actually like almost everything in our present world. So that spirit, when you are connected to the Egu, you can now channel that spirit towards anything, any activity that is of creativity or whatsoever. You can channel the spirit towards that. But in its crude form, it destroys. In its crude form, when you invoke it to destroy, it destroys. The Egu that I have in my shrine is full of knives. And we pray to it, and maybe even today we will be doing a ritual for it, because we didn't do its ritual during the 31st. But then we are doing them one by one. We did some yesterday, so maybe today, God willing, and if my health is still good and I'm not too weak, we'll be doing the Egu's work today. So the Gu in my shrine, we send it to look for things like if somebody's items got missing, we ask the Gu to go and look for it. And if somebody is having some situation that we ask the oracle and they say Egu is the one that will attend to it, then we take the matter to Egu. But I think 90% or 99% of the time, the works that we have given to the Egu, he has accomplished them. So that's how it is used in my shrine. Okay, in our traditional areas, people do not, especially the area I come from, Evedome, what they call the Evedome or the Central Aves, or the inner Aves, where I come from. We don't have voodoo like the way the Southern Ave people, Togolese and the Benin people have voodoo. We don't have those kind of voodoos. But the Egu that we use, but we still pray to Egu. But then it has so many names in our Ave dialects. In my particular area, it is called Ezupe. Ezupe. Ezupe is the anvil that the blacksmith uses. And in our area, that Ezupe is respected like a voodoo, and people pour libation for it. And when people are sick, sometimes they go to the people who are blacksmiths to pray to the Ezupe, and they fetch water that the blacksmith uses to cool down his hot metal. They fetch that water. They fetch that water and bath the person. Who is talking there? They fetch that water and bath what do you call it? The people, and people get hurt. So our area, the anvil and the hammer that the what do you call it? The blacksmith uses is prayed to, just like the voodoo Egu of the Togo, Benin, and southern Ghana. So Egu plays a very real role and physical, practical role in our lives. So if you have the spirit Egu, then you should try to involve your Egu into things that you are doing and ask it. You see, to be able to know the value and how potent a spirit is to give it a task. And if the spirit is able to accomplish that task, then you know that the spirit is real with you. Then you can now use it to do many other works by giving it those tasks. And once it is able to accomplish the task, then you also have to show your appreciation by pouring libation and paying homage to the spirit. So Togbi Wakiru, is it? Wakiri, yeah, Baba Wakiri.
Yeah, Wakiri, you okay, Papa? Baba Wakiri.
Yeah, so Wakiri. So that's how how practical it is in our lives. Everything that you use, from knife to spoon, forks, car, train, airplanes, is all under the spirit of Egu.
Okay, thank you, Papa. And if you happen to go to the Egu shrine today, whisper, your son Wakiri asked about you. So thank you very much.
I will do so. Thank you very much for the question. I'm very grateful.
You.
Yes. And then we have Lustig. Lustig, good afternoon on Facebook. Oh no, okay, then on Facebook we have Telly Marie. Telly say, yes, that is right. Ochosi is the Hunter Baba. Thank you very much, Telly. I'm very grateful that. And then we have another, I think this is the first time I'm seeing this name. Is it Lustig? Yeah, I say, good afternoon, Baba. I want to know if I'll be paying multiple charges when I visit you with 3 different problems. I have 3 important problems that I would like to visit, but I don't know how much it will cost. Will I pay all in one section, or I'll have to pay 3 different charges? They are all equally important. Okay. Mr. Lustig or Miss Madame Lustig, I don't know what is, just a very one single name, Lustig. What we do at our shrine is, when you come to do a reading, we don't know how many problems that you have or you don't have. And it is not our interest to know how many problems you have and how many you do not have. You come to do a reading. You can have 1,001 problems. When you are speaking on the money that is going to be given to the oracle, you speak all that your challenges are, all your difficulties, the reason why you come for a reading. You speak it on the money. We give it to the Afar oracle, and then the Afar oracle comes back and tells us what it has seen around you. That's why we at our shrine, we don't listen to your problem before doing a consultation or a reading. We will not listen to your problem ahead. It is during the consultation and the reading that the problem that you are having will come out to our knowledge. We will not ask you what has brought you here, what is your problem. And so we will not know whether you have one problem, two problems, three problems, or 1,001 problems. So our charges is only one charge for a reading, and that is it. However, if we look into your matter or look into your case during the reading, and it pointed that there should be so many different rituals that should be done for you to fix your problems, then each ritual that you will do, you will buy the items for each ritual that is supposed to be done. For instance, if you are supposed to feed your ancestors, you will buy the items that the Voodoo prescribed, or the oracle prescribed that you should buy for feeding your ancestors. And if there is a herbal bath to be done for you, we will tell you which herbs that are needed to be used for your herbal bath. And then if in your reading, witches have appeared in your reading that they needed to be taken care of, we will tell you the things. We ask the witches what they want from you, and we will tell you, you get them, and we will do that ritual. And if Togbe Ade, or the spirit Ochosi, has appeared in your reading, then we will tell you the things that you will need to use to contact or have contact with the spirit of Togbe Ade. And like we were talking about the spirit of Ogun, or Egu, as Eves call it, we will, if it appears in your reading, we will tell you the things that the Egu wanted, or you should bring to the shrine of Egu to pray for you. So in our reading, we don't break the readings to say, okay, because you have 3 readings, we have to charge you for each problem that you have. We don't know, and we are not interested in knowing how many problems you come to say. You speak on your money even from your house before coming. And when you bring your money and you put it down, we will be able to find the problem and tell you, this is what we have seen. After we told you what we have seen, we will now ask you, what was the problem that you spoke on your money? And most of the time, it will be exactly what we have seen for you. And maybe we will even see more than what you have spoken on your money, and we will tell you. So, Mr. Lustig, get the person back there. Let me see the name because it's not familiar. Yeah, the name, Mr. or Madam, I don't know, the Lustig, that is it. So when you come, you only do one reading. We don't do it like this problem is a different reading. We are not interested in hearing your problem before consultation. Thank you very much. Then move the listen up. Oh, we have Osabu Moses here. Good afternoon, Tomoko. Please, how I join Africa Magic Temple Enu Ledo. Yes, Mr. Osabu Moses. There is no organization to join. I did not create a membership organization whereby people come and join. There is nothing to join at African Magic Temple. What we represent is to teach you about your own tradition, to tell you how to get closer to your ancestors. And if in any case you have any challenges in your life and you wanted to find solution to it, you come and do a reading. And when you do a reading or divination, when that is done, then we will tell you what things you should bring for us to solve your problem. we do not have an organization for anybody to join. I did not create organization or membership organization. And it is a very deliberate thing. I don't want to form a religion. I am only teaching spirituality. And you learn as you go, you develop yourself as you go. I'm not looking for people to worship me, whether I am alive or I am dead. I'm not looking for people to say, oh, this is master. I'm not interested in that. I am just teaching it as it is. So if you are interested in learning, you can join us every time, ask your questions. And if you want to get initiation, you come, we will initiate you into different energies that we work with, or different vodus that we work with. We will initiate you into whichever you wanted to be initiated into. When we do a reading and the reading accepts, or the voodoo accepts that you can be initiated into it, we will. But otherwise, there is nothing like a membership at my shrine. We don't have a membership. So thank you very much, Akbe, Tobi Osabu Moses. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we can go back to Clubhouse, and if anybody has anything there, you can.
Hello, Papa.
Yes, go ahead, Shamba.
I just wanted to ask, since we've done my eye-opening ceremony and things, I noticed that when I'm in conversations with people, like, I tend to pick up on things that, like, the things that they are about to say, or like that they're thinking a lot, and things like that. And I just wanted to know, like, how, like, because when I say things, like, sometimes I'll just do it on accident because I would see, or I would hear the thought, and I would say it, and the person would say, like, oh, that was what I was thinking. But I wanted to know, like, how could I do that more, like, when I want to?
Okay, yeah, that's a very good question. You see, the sixth sense, or as people call it, the sixth sense, is not a physical sense, or the sixth eye, or the third eye, people call it. I mean, people have all kind of names for it. When your eyes and your ears are open spiritually, what it means is that you can now pick vibrations. You can now pick thought waves, just like how radio waves are. If you have a transistor, I think that's the name radio it was called in the past, a transistor. When you have a transistor and the radio waves are moving in the air, let's say so, or they are moving through the, what do you call it, no, yeah, it's atmosphere, but there's a particular word I wanted to use where the radio waves moves through. In the
Frequency.
In the ether. In the frequency, yes, okay, in the frequency. When the radio waves are moving through there, it is just flowing like a river. But when you have a transistor, which can tune into the wave, like the meter band, which is allocated to that particular frequency, when you tune into that frequency, so from that frequency where this thing is being transmitted from, you can now pick it and you will hear it in your radio. The same thing with the television when it becomes television, because they are transmitting from a station and they have a frequency on which they are also transmitting. And if you buy your television set and you tune in to that same frequency, you will be able to pick the station's transmissions, and then you see and hear what they are saying. Those waves are just moving, but only with the physical eye we cannot see. That's why a gadget has been created, like the radio, the telephone, and also the television and other things to be able to pick these waves and then bring them into reality. Shamba, are you following me?
Yes, Papa.
So when your eyes are open spiritually, or your ears are open spiritually, or when your third eye is activated, your clairvoyance and clairaudience ability becomes clearer. So you can now pick thought waves from a distance as well as from a close proximity. You can pick people's thought waves. And it is up to you to be able to know how to translate it. And when you translate it into physical, people will be saying, that was what I was thinking. What had happened actually is that you had your station, you had already picked your transistor, let me say so, which is your activating of your third eye or your sixth sense, has already picked that wave from what the person was thinking. You had picked it already, so you have to, when you translated it into physical, the person will be surprised that I was thinking about that. You were not in his head, and his head is not yours, but you are able to know what the person was thinking. And that is growth. Spiritual growth means you can pick waves. This is a natural thing, but it is not very easy for everybody to do. That's why we go through processes to activate that sixth sense in order to pick waves, and then we'll translate it. The way you can be able to do it very often is that you should rely on your instincts, because your instincts are the one that are going to prompt you or give you the indication or the notification that this is what is happening. But if the moment you ignore your instincts, you miss it. It will pass by and it will not come back. So anytime you are prompted by your instincts to say something, you should say it and see whether that's what was happening. And the more you do it, the better you become at it. And you begin to communicate with people, and you can communicate with people near and far without uttering a word from your mouth. So you should do it frequently, and then you get better. Because anything that you learn in life, the more you practice with it, the better you become at it.
Thank you, Papa.
You're welcome. You know, a lot of people are out there, they don't have the ability to be able to see or hear, but they go creating illusions and lies. What they did not see, they see, and they get people put in the audience or in the place, and somebody will begin to confirm what they are hearing. Those are all charlatans. People are charlatans, and they use those things to kind of fool others to come closer to them so that they can take advantage of them by cheating them and collecting their money. A real seer is what you are beginning to become. You're beginning to become a real seer, and then it is not for money, it is not for anything, it is for pure spiritual development, that your frequency, you are able to pick the frequency of other people's thoughts. And I'm very happy and glad that you are getting there.
Yes, thank you, Papa. I also noticed too, when I say the things that come to my mind, they will sometimes cause an argument between two people. But it won't cause a problem for myself, but for the people around me, it'll cause an argument for them.
Yeah, you know why? Because they were keeping it as a secret, but you were able to pick it up. So now they probably thought that one of them had told you or had spoken it somewhere, and you got to know. They did not see that you were just picking the waves from their mind. So they will be confused and they will pick argument with each other, because the secret was their secret. But then you an outsider, you were able to pick it. Okay, so
Thank you.
you're welcome, Ms. Shamba. I'm very grateful, and I'm very happy for you. But then everything is patient. Take it slowly, and as you grow, it will come more and more, and you become a master of it as you grow. Everybody has that ability. It's only in getting to know the right way and the right teacher who can impact that knowledge or activate that sixth sense ability, and then it will start working for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have Van Perico here saying when he bring it down a little bit on Facebook, saying that Van Perry saying, hello Papa, have your Vodus denied many people from taking initiation in the past, or do they let most people have initiation? It is on case-by-case basis. There are certain people that the Vodus will say that they shouldn't give them initiation. Even when we are doing a reading, the person comes that I want to take Afa, and the reading will just say, no, we cannot give Afa to this person. And we ask, can we give them something different from Afa? They say yes. And sometimes they want to get Voodoo, and they say, no, you cannot get a Voodoo, you can only get Afa. So it is a case-by-case basis. Because the spirits in my shrine, the spirits that I work with, or the Vodus that I work with, are more like human beings, I would say, because they are very close to me, and they are close to people, and they know people's hearts, and they know people's mind. They know what you are thinking, and they know what you are feeling. So when you come and they realize that you are not a good person to be given power, they will deny you. But if they think that you are a good person to be given power, sometimes you even won't call on certain Vodus, where the Vodus themselves will come and ask me to initiate you into their cult, whether you call it cult or into their order. Yeah, they'll ask me to initiate you into the order. Sometimes it happens, we just sit down and some Voodoo will just come from the inner spiritual shrine and come to alert me that it's here, and it's here because of a particular person, that I should initiate such a person into its order. So, Van Perry, it is like that. It's not like, I can't say that they have rejected many people or they have accepted many people. It is on case-by-case basis, people who come. Yeah. Thank you very much. And then we have our big sister Oluchi trying to help me with, okay. It's the big sister Oluchi will say it is called electromagnetic field. When he goes direct, same time with the person speaking to you from phone or face to face, it depends on the electromagnetic field at the moment, on the frequency of you and the person or around you. Correct if I'm wrong, Papa. Oh, you are not wrong, you are just talking the right thing. It's the electromagnetic field. But I was trying to talk about we have the F or matter, which is a frequency too, even though that frequency is not as high as other this is. So we have that, and then we have a luminous factor where certain frequencies pass through, and then we have luminous. We have the liquid factor where certain frequencies can pass through, and then we have the luminous factor where waves and frequencies or some waves can pass through. Then we have the aerial factor where certain frequencies can go to, and then we have the ethereal factor where another frequency can go to. I think the radio waves travel through the ether, where the radio waves travel through. That's the frequency of what I was trying to say. The frequency, radio waves, they travel to ethereal factor. So, ethereal frequency. That's what I was trying to remember, and I forgot. Thank you very much, big sister Aluchi. You are very right. It is electromagnetism that is between two people that can bring them to connect on the mental and the psychic level. That's very true. Thank you very much. Then we have David Tetra here. Say, Happy New Year, Papa. Kindly educate us of what this year brings us and little guidance to be successful in the year. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, David Tetra. I'm very grateful for that question. As we are in the year of Saturn, the Saturn is, because the year started on a Saturday, it's a Saturnic year, and it's a year that is full of action. There will be good things, there will be bad things, and it also has something to do with Archangel Camiel and Cassiel, and the attributes in this Archangel Cassiel and Camiel is wars, misunderstandings, accidents, deaths, and all kind of things. So we should be expecting, but otherwise, this year is going to be a very good year for everybody, and we should be hopeful and look forward to a new year, a better year. You should all do, you don't just sit down and let it come to you. You must be doing some actions to be able to create the avenue for the good things that are in the year to come to you. A lot of times people think that they say, oh, this year is very good. So just by them sitting down and they are expecting all the good things in the year to come. No. Even if there is money inside a bank, if you don't walk to the bank and put some documentation or write certain papers, the money will not come into your hand. So it is in spirituality. If you don't make the efforts to develop yourself and change the situation in which you are, you cannot expect that, because they said spirituality will help you, and if you close your eye and sit down doing nothing, it will come to you. You need to make the efforts. First is by doing a reading to know what you can, what the year holds for you as an individual, and then the directions and the directions and what do you call it? Okay, the directions given in the reading and the guidelines that are given in the reading. If you are able to follow them through, then you can know what you can reap, what is in the year for you. But just sitting down and say what they say, so it is a good year. So it's a good year. So you are going to be what do you call it? You are going to expect it to fall for you. No, it doesn't happen like that. You must make your own physical, personal efforts to make it happen for you. Thank you very much, David Tetra. I'm very grateful, and I greet my grandchildren, your wife, and your mother-in-law, your sisters, and everybody, and my grandchildren. Thank you very much, God bless you. And then we have big sister Oluchi also okay here again, and saying that okay, Papa, thank you. Papa, thank you very much, big sister Oluchi. I'm very grateful. Then we have Daniel Azoni Senior. Good day, Papa. On which day is ideal to have a real encounter with God? I don't know. I don't know which day is an ideal day to have encounter with the gods. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't have anything on that to know that it's a real day. Every day that God created is a real day. So I don't know what you mean by saying what a real, an ideal day to have a real encounter with God. I don't understand your question, but honestly, I don't know. And let's move forward. Okay, Togbe Jigbeza is telling a slithering serpent that his address on social media is at a slithering serpent, yes. That his is Instagram indigenous 360. That is Togbe Jigbeza's Instagram handle, indigenous 360. Yes, let's go on. Is there any more question anywhere? Please prompt me with questions so that I can answer, because my energy level is not that great today, please. So just ask me the question and I'll take my time to answer you. Van Perico is saying that, hello Papa, you spoke of Saturn and year of Saturn in 2022. Does Voodoo recognize or work with Saturn? And, yes and no. The question is, what is Voodoo? So Van Perry, the question I will ask before breaking down your question is, what is Voodoo in your understanding? Voodoo is spirit. Our people call spirits Voodoo. They call our traditional gods Voodoo. And traditional gods, or gods in general, are spirits. And spirits are universal energies. The way you pronounce or call them in your language is what you know. But that doesn't mean that that spirit is only limited to you and your culture and your people. They are universal. So if the planet Saturn has spirits and people had worked spirits on satanic way in Saturn, when Saturn is ruling, certain energies and certain spirits are active. When you go into the infirmaries and then you go into the some of these books on Kabbalah, you will see certain spirits that are active, like what we did during our 31st night when we were invoking the spirit of Archangel Cassiel and Graniel, as well as Abraxas. Those are all Vodus. If people want to call it in their language, they have a different name for it. But in our Ewe language, we will call them Voodoo. I kept saying this all the time. So people should stop thinking that Voodoo is only limited to African people, Ewe people, or West African people. Voodoo means spirit. Somebody may call it in a different language, may call it a different word in a different language. That doesn't stop that Voodoo from being a Voodoo. So spirits recognize Saturn and know that Saturn is a planet and it's also an energy force, that different energies work there. And when Saturn is ruling the world as a planet, certain energies or spirits or voodoos are active. So yes, people we recognize that. But you see, our people may not know how to call it Saturn, but they may have a different name for it in our language, which I personally doesn't know at the moment. I do not know at the moment. I do not know that at this moment how our people call that Saturn in our language. But definitely it is there. They may have a name for it. And they will say, oh, when this star is up in the sky, then this kind of things happen. They know about that. So definitely, they may not be explaining it in the way I am doing, because they may not know the name in other languages. They may know it in their own language. But yes, I do know that our people usually understand these things. But I had travel and I had travel and I did a lot of studies. That's why I am able to combine all these things into my teaching and into my work. So yes, Voodoo also recognizes when planetary changes happen. Thank you very much, Van Perry. And then there's Ewe Vodu, Henry is somewhere there. Okay, after. So we have our brother Sakidu Legion here saying, good afternoon, Toby. Nice to have you once again. Happy New Year to you and your family. Thank you very much, Sakidu Legion. We are very grateful that you joined us. And thank you also for coming to cover part of the 31st rituals for Toby Bullet's shrine. We are very grateful you participated. Thank you. And please join us here, and as you join us now, please bring some questions so that everybody else can also learn from. And we have Henry Hansen, Dr. Henry Hansen, say, Papa, where's Olo? Thank you very much, Dr. Henry. And good to see you, Papa. I'm in Ghana, but busy with some work issues. I'm trying to see if I can come and see you. I will work it out as soon as I get free time. Doc, thank you very much, and very much welcome back home to Ghana. And I am here. So anytime that you want to see me, just send me a message, and I will respond, and we can meet. Thank you very much. I'm always around. These days, for the past 1 month plus, I have been at the shrine, and I'm here. So when you call me, I'll probably still be here. So please let me know when you want to come. Welcome back home, Dr. Henry Hansen. Yeah. Okay, then let's go. I think. Okay, Sakiri Legion is asking the question, Tommy, why are some Vodus referred to as Joka Vodu? And how are these Vodus different from the Goro Vodus? Thank you. Okay. Sakiri Legion, I think Goro Vodu is only one particular type of Vodu, which is, what do you call it? The Vodu Alafia, and then Peto Vodu, Peto Deka, and Peto Ewe. I think these are the Goro Vodus, maybe because they use Goro or Bishi or kola nut in their shrines. Not many Vodus use kola nuts, but then these Goro Vodu, they are the ones that use what do you call it, Goro, as I think the Muslims will call kola nut. So that's why they call them Goro Vodu. But I think the Goro Vodus, there are not many type of Vodus. I don't know much about them, but I know that Peto Deka, Peto Ewe, and then the Alafia Vodu. Those are the ones that I am aware of, that they fall into the category of the Goro Vodu. But then in my shrine, because the Alafia, Goro Vodu, Sakpata, Ade, Togbe Ajima, Odo, Jalolo, Abakpe, all those Vodus are combined in one at my shrine. That's why we call it Jokpata. So Sapata and all those things are all inside that Vodu we call Jokpata. So the Goro Vodu all are also inside the Jokpata. That's why we have it as just one Vodu. And when you talk about Joka Vodu, people like to give names to Vodus, and people try to explain what Vodu is, this Vodu. It depends on who gave it to them and how they got them. But I believe from my own personal research and knowledge that all Vodus are made with herbs. Every Vodu or spirit that you want to create a shrine for are made with herbs. Whereas what we call in Vedome Joka, most of the time it's just a mantra. Joka. Most of the time it's just a word of power that you use. You don't need to mount anything. You don't need to put any herbs together and form any figure whatsoever. They give you the seed and they give you the word of power, mantra, or holy words, you may call it in Christianity and in Kabbalah. But then in Hinduism and Asia, they call them mantra. But then in our language, every language, we call it Besa. So most of the Besa, which is a Gbe, which means word, when these things are given to you and you use them and it takes a physical effect on what you use it on, then it becomes a joka. Means this person has joka. What is there if you break the word joka into two? The word jo, which means fire, and eka means what do you call it? Eka in this sense does not necessarily mean like a rope, but it means power. So you have the power of fire. In a very simple word, you have a powerful word that is like a fire. You have a powerful word that is like a fire that burns or destroys. That's what joka means. So a lot of people do not understand Ewe, even though they are Ewes, and they don't know how to break the words, how the words are formed before they become one word. They don't know, so it becomes like just a word that people are using. Like we say the word Vodu means vo as a word is liberty, freedom. And then du, which means community, town, or a group of people, or a society, a town. So when you say Vodu, you're talking about that which can liberate a community. That's what Voodoo is. That's what spirit is. And then a spirit is supposed to liberate a community or liberate you from the situation in which you are. That's where the word Voodoo comes from. Even though there are some other words like Bokor and all the same from different Ewe dialects are all there, but the common one which is written in the book is the Voodoo, which means spirit or that energy which can liberate you from difficulties or challenges. So the word joka also is similar to that, means jo, which is fire, and eka means word of power. So you have a powerful word that is like fire. That's the word joka. So when that word is used, the effect is very immediate and very practical for people. That's what we call joka. And then even in certain part of our Ewe dialect, people don't remove even the jo away, and they say a kalesi. When they say the person has a ka, means the person has a rope or has a powerful word, a katoi, a kalesi. Or the person has a ka. So joka means a word of power. That's all that it means in Ewe. So when you say joka voodoo, that means voodoos that you use words to conjure their presence. You only use words to conjure their presence. You don't put things down. You only just say one or two things and then it happens. So that is what joka is. Whereas the normal voodoos that people mount with clay, herbs, and into bottles, into containers, and all these things are regarded as voodoos. But not all of them are called Goro voodoos. Goro voodoos are just certain voodoos. So it's not every voodoo is called Goro voodoo. So there are so many voodoos that has nothing to do with Goro voodoo at all, but they are also voodoos on their own. Like for instance, this Voodoo Akai is not a Goro Voodoo. There is a Voodoo on its own. It is not Goro Voodoo at all. And it is not a joker as such, in the sense that it is mounted. We've mounted it and everything is in it, and we know the herbs that combine what Akai is. Of course, the Akai, as when all the herbs are put together, it comes with Besa, words of power that can activate the spirit to work. But then Joker is a special words only when you call the word alone, without having anything, Once you call the word works or activates changes in nature. So that's what Joker is about. I hope my explanation makes some sense. Thank you very much. Toby Saki Religion. Okay, we have Daniel Azoni. Senior say, okay, Papa, thank you, it is answered. And thank you very much too. And then we have Van Perico saying spirit. That's the voodoo that when I asked what she thinks the voodoo is a spirit. So spirits are universal entities and energies, and they are everywhere. So it is not limited to one place. So the people who had always been saying that why should we teach our knowledge to white people, because they will use it against them. Who's told you that white people do not have spirit? If they don't have spirit, how did they come about the word spirit in their vocabulary? How did they come about that in their vocabulary? That means they also have spirit. If they don't call it voodoo, that doesn't mean they don't have it. If you read a lot of books, you will know that the white people also have spirits, and they use them to their own advantage. So people should stop having that notion that it's only black people who have spiritual power. No, it's not true. White people also have spiritual power. The only difference between our power and their power, or how they use their power and how we use ours, is that we kill animals for ours. They pour oils and perfumes on their own, and they prefer to do theirs in a different kind of environment, where we use natural environment to deal with our spirits, because we believe that spirits are spirits of nature, and we use nature to deal with them. If you go and read books of Madame Blavatsky, and all those Aleister Crowley and all this, and then you will come to understand that white people also have spirits. White people, those of you who have never done any other spiritual thing apart from Ifa and Voodoo, you may ask so many questions. But if you go back and learn more about other spiritual practices, you will be surprised that a lot of white people, Cagliostro, and all these people, Aleister Crowley, De Lawrence, I think DW, De Lawrence, or W something, De Lawrence, all those people were spiritual people. They were not just ordinary people. So don't think that only black people who have spiritual power. We have ours, they have theirs. And they have also used theirs to their own advantage. And it is also one of the keys, I would say, that they knew that you also have something. That's why they try to deceive and play on your intelligence to leave yours and follow what they introduced to you as power, which in reality was just to fool you. The real power is not shown to anybody. They kept it to themselves. I don't know whether any of you had seen this recently. Not too long ago, there was a post that we posted that Queen Elizabeth, not this current one, the one who died, had a special mirror that someone uses to do a divination for her, to tell her what is going to happen and all this. So how can you stand and say that white people do not have a spiritual power, and that they are coming to take it from black people? You know, when you don't know anything, sometimes you think that you know everything. Thank you very much. Then we have a Sakido Legion again. Thank you for the explanation. It is well understood. I'm very grateful. Thank you. Is that the last one there?
Yes.
Okay, I think now we go to YouTube where we have a regardless Teddy saying greetings, Papa. Please, do you provide readings remotely? Yes, regardless Teddy, we do provide readings remotely. In fact, most of our readings are online readings through WhatsApp. So you can get to us, get to the African Magic Temple page, find our telephone number, go to Revolution page on Facebook and find our telephone number. And I think also on YouTube, African Magic Temple, you will find our telephone number. And when you contact us, we will be able to give you the directions to how to do a reading, even though you are not physically here. Thank you very much. Okay, any question from Clubhouse?
Yes, Papa. I wanted to ask a question about Joker. So
I knew you were going to ask about Joker. I was going to use you as a sample, but I didn't use it. So now that you have asked the question, I will go ahead with your question.
Okay, so after having or acquiring so many Jokers, should you mention their name in pour libation?
Yes, definitely. Definitely. Your Jokers are entities and energies that are around you, even though you have not yet, you have not made them into any voodoo form. But they are all entities and energies and spirits. They are also voodoos, but they are not physically mounted. That's why you don't see them. But that doesn't mean that they don't exist around you. If you are able to use the Joker words or the Joker and you see the effect, that means you know that it is around you and it is inside of you when needed. So when you are pouring libation, you should pour libation to them. I think you have few of them, and I believe that they are working for you, so you know what I was saying.
Yes.
So when you are having a Joker, even though you have not mounted it as a spirit or you have not mounted it as a voodoo for people to see or for yourself to be seen, you have already swallowed the seeds of power, and you have been given the words that can bring change in nature at will. So when you are praying or pouring libation, you pour libation to those energies. It makes them feel closer to you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Papa. I just, it's so many, so it's like sometimes it's hard to think of every single one.
Yeah, I understand that the Joker, there are so many in everywhere. My shrine is more than I could even handle. But from time to time, they will come into your mind. A moment they come into your mind, you can write them on paper if you want. And of course, I think during the time that you are being given this Joker and powers, we made some video recordings and audio recordings. So you should go to this your audio recordings and video recordings and listen to the names, and then you try to jot down the names, the basic name of the Joker. It's not the whole incantation. So when you are pouring libation, then you just pour the libation by calling the name, and if you can repeat the incantation, it's okay. But if you cannot, once you mention the Joker's name, like the Joker for knife and breaking of things, when you punch something and the thing will destroy, and all the same, those are Jokers that are words. You can just mention just a short version of the incantation and pour libation, which is okay.
Okay, thank you, Papa.
You're welcome.
So, Papa, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nuku. How are you?
I'm fine, Papa. I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have a few questions. The first of all is
Can you bring can you bring your lips closer to the mouthpiece so that we can hear what you are saying?
okay, is it better?
Yes, much better.
Okay, cool. I wanted to ask, is the language used for the joke important? Like, can the person, even if he's giving the incantation, if he says in a different language, does it have the same effect?
It can never have the same effect because the spirituality of a people is in the language that they speak.
Okay,
let me repeat that one again. The spirituality of any group of people is in the language that they speak. So when you are learning a Hindu or Tantra or yoga in India or anywhere in the world, if it is not adulterated, most of the words will be in the language from which that particular spiritual discipline originated from. Take for instance the word in yoga called asana. Asana. Have you heard the word before?
No, not really.
Okay. And I'm sure so many people might have heard that word asana. It's a Sanskrit word for exercise.
Okay.
It's a Sanskrit word for exercise. So when somebody says, "Oh, I am doing yoga asana," I am doing yoga asana, means it's doing yogic exercise, or I am doing asana. It means you are doing exercise. And in many other cultures, they also have words that they will tell you this word represent this. But if you are going to mention it, you must mention it in the word that how it was taught to you. So if you translate the word into your language, it is for your understanding to know what you are saying. But if you want the word to be effective and powerful enough, you must try to repeat it in that language when it was given to you, because it was given to you in that language. And that's why you have to repeat it in that. Let's see, like we are talking about Ifa. And a lot of people who were initiated into Ifa were given Yoruba names. And the gods that they were initiated into, or the gods in Yoruba, are all called in Yoruba language. And when you are praying to Ifa, when you are initiated in the Yoruba way, when you are praying to Ifa, you are going to be mentioning things like Orunmila, Oduduwa, and Ochosi, Baba, Legba, and all these things. These are Yoruba words. They are not English words, and they are not Ewe words. Are you getting me, Nuku?
Yes, I'm getting you.
So you are going to be mentioning these names in the Yoruba way. That's why you see all the Yoruba related, initiated priests are calling themselves Baba, Babalawo, Baba, or Iya. In Ewe, when you are initiated into Ewe Afa, because you are initiated in the Ewe way, you don't call yourself Baba. You call yourself Bokor. You call yourself Bokor, or you call yourself Togbi. So the language in which you learn your spirituality is very, very important, because the spirituality of the people is in the language that they speak. Like I was trying to explain the word joka. A lot of people know the word joka, but they don't know which words form the word joka. And then, of course, the Togo people, as they continue changing their dialect, they are even no more calling it Joka. They are saying Zoka. But even if they say Zoka, that means in Togolese, every part of Togolese, the word Zo represents fire. They remove the D, but they are still maintaining the meaning of the word Zo, which we in Ghana and Central Ewe we say Jo. That's spelled like J-O, Jo. So if the person has been initiated into a particular joka or into some particular spirituality, the originality of the language is very, very important. That's why even in Christianity, they have the Christian gods, which everybody say there is only one God in Christianity, which is not true. Because Elohim, Tetragrammaton, Al Shaddai, Ehihe, Asha, Ehihe, Adonai, these are all gods on their own. And people will mention them in their original names, Adonai, whatever they want to call. They call it in the original Hebrew language. So the it is the same way. If you should go to Vietnam and get involved into any Vietnamese Voodoo, you will realize that they will teach it to you in Vietnam language. Or if you go to Thailand and they give you any spirit, the name they will give to you is like the Thai spirit that I have been working with called Luang Pu. Luang Pu means Uncle Pooh. The name of the uncle or the spirit is Pooh, but then you call it Luang Pu. So I will not be calling it Uncle Pooh, but I will call it in their local language Luang Pu. And then it is more closer to the spirit that I'm communicating with, and it realizes that, oh, I know his name. But if I say Uncle Pooh, what about if he doesn't speak English? Are you getting my point?
Yes.
So it is very important that the joka or the words that you use in joka, you try as much as possible to imitate the original language in which it was given to you.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
To go more than that, have you ever seen Muslims calling Arabic gods in any of our local language?
No.
Why do they Muslims say Bismillah Rahman Rahim? Do you think they cannot translate it into local language? They could translate it easily into a local understanding, but they still speak it in Arabic word, and then after using the Arabic word, then they break it down to you what that means. So the spirituality of a people is in the language that the people speak.
So, in essence, if you don't encourage the usage of learning of your own indigenous languages, you are in fact losing your spirituality.
Definitely, you will lose your spirituality, because when they are saying the thing, you don't even know what they are talking about. Because I was talking about Ochosi, which is the Yoruba word for the hunter god. That same Ochosi is called in Ewe Ade, Togbe Ade. So if I am learning from the Ewe root and I start calling Togbe Ade Ochosi, it's not going to listen to me the way if I should call it Ade. And same way, if I should go into Yoruba way of Afa, and I am calling, go to the shrine of Ochosi, and then they gave me the prayer how to invoke Ochosi, and then I started calling it Togbe Ade. It may not respond to me very well, like the way I may call it in its own language. Though it is understood that spirits understand every language in the world, yet still, of course, they have a language in which it was taught to you. And if you can, you should learn from that background.
Thank you, Papa.
You're welcome, Nuku. Thank
I have
you.
a small question too.
A follow-up question. Go ahead.
Okay. This is more like things like deja vu and maybe seeing specific animals. You know, sometimes when you see those specific animals, then like maybe something happens, or deja vu with maybe cats or something else. Like, is that something like that exists?
Yes, there is possibility that those things exist. If things don't exist, they don't have name. It's because they have existed somewhere. That's why they have names. People have different experiences with nature, and it is through these experiences that they have had. That's why they can. I have an email very clear. Camera is not clear at all. The camera is not clear at all. Okay. But it's not clear. So that's the way people will be seeing it. Then why am I seeing it that way? So, Nuku, so what I was saying is when what was I saying? Tell me.
Oh, we're talking about deja vu, like
yeah. So I was
like
saying that when people yes, I was saying that people through experiments with nature and things that had happened, they are able to tell that when this thing happened, then something is going to happen. Even in our culture, Ewe culture, traditional Ewe culture, especially in the central Ewe or the place that the Ewe people call Evedome. You know, when a meteorite, a light that flashes through the sky falls, they usually say that there's a great person who is going to die. They may not know who, but usually it falls with that. So it is from experience over time that tells them when that kind of a flashing light with a tail falls. Relativity to asike. Have you heard it before? A star that has got a tail. That's how our people call it. The meteorites and all this. It's a star that has got a tail. That's how our people call it. Letivito asike. So when that one flashes and they imagine that it has fallen somewhere in their land, they usually say somebody will die. Some great person is going to fall. So these things, people had watched it over time, and sometimes people say if you see a black cat cross your path, then you see that there's a problem coming your way. And then if you feel your itchiness in your palm, it shows that money matters. It could be that money is going to go away or money is going to come to you. These are the things that our people have studied over time, and they knew what happened. They will understand what is going to happen when those effects or the events start happening. So maybe that's what the deja vu is. I don't know. Don't understand very much.
Okay, thank you, Papa. Last question.
Yes, go ahead.
I've been hearing this thing, and like you say, they say women are very powerful spiritual forces. So women have very, very high spiritual power. Like even as God, like I hear things like that a lot. How is the every perspective on this particular this concept of?
It is the same. It is the same. When I was growing up during my young days, the people who were all spiritualists in my area, or my mother's cousins and sisters, they were the priestesses of the Voodoo shrine. I've never seen a man who was a Voodoo priest. They were all women. That's why in our area we have tronsi, a tronsi, more than any language. Have you ever heard the word somebody called a tronsi?
Like wife of the deity.
Yes. Usually it was women, a tronsi, before men start coming up, or I started growing before I knew that even men could be a troncy. All along, it was always women. So it is believed that women have got this emotional power that they can easily draw energies. And mind you, women are God in the sense that women born the world. Since the Bible had said that God created Adam and Eve and put him in the garden, have you ever seen anybody being created and sent to any garden or to any beach or to any ocean anywhere?
Oh no, it's women who give birth to children, now and the eight.
So, women are God. They create the world, whether it is in animals, in humans, in plants, whatsoever. It is women that are creating the world. So even sometimes we wonder if we can question the Bible whether when God created Adam, was he a baby or was an old man that he put there? You know, if you ask these questions, the pastor will tell you are challenging God. How was Adam in the garden? Was he put there like a baby and started growing, or he was a grown-up man that God created and put there? Until today, nobody can answer that question. Instead of people saying that it was a woman who created a man, we were told that God created man and put in the garden. You know that some animals, even with this modern day science, female animals can even lay eggs without being crossed with another male. There's a study going, when you go onto internet, you find out there's a study going on where some animals, some birds could be able to lay eggs without being crossed because there's no male. They were able to lay eggs and hatch them. So science is very deep, and the Bible created stories around it, and they turned the whole thing upside down because they wanted men to dominate women. Patriarchal system whereby men are the head and super. So they kind of push women to the background. Maybe it is out of fear because women possess a lot of power. Probably that's the reason that the machismo culture has changed that to make us if women are behind men. But then from my own studies and relationship with things in the world, I realize women possess a lot of power, and it is in every culture as well. That's why when Hokwe or being people who go to war, if there's a very serious war, our people will go to war. It is women who lead the war, not men. Have you ever heard this before?
No, I've not heard of this.
Okay, ask your fathers. It's women who take the lead, and the men will be behind them. So women possess a lot of spiritual power. It is only for ourselves that we don't want to accept it. That's why people create all kind of things around it.
Okay, thank you, Papa.
You're very much welcome.
Papa.
Yes.
I wanted to ask another question. I've heard different people's statements or thoughts about it. I would definitely want to know yours. When it comes to the matter of intimate relations with one's partner, right?
Yes.
If one shall have sex,
yes,
is there a rule or a standard time that one should give before going to the shrines? Or is that a facade? Should one, what is the proper way of cleaning oneself before one going to the shrine? And I'm not talking about somebody's being willy-nilly just in the streets and sleeping with anyone. Committed relationships and things that are not just vile. But if one is having sex, is there a rule in spiritual energy that one should wait a certain amount of time before approaching the shrines? Or one should clean themselves in a certain way before approaching the shrines?
Okay, I would say, thank you very much, Baba Wakiri, for that question, and it is very, very important and an interesting question in that sense. You know, there are so many different rules and regulations according to different shrines and different, Babas and Bokors according to their understanding of the spirits. What I will say is that sex, food, shelter, protection, and those things are natural things. When you feel thirsty, you drink water. And when you drink water and you are going to the shrine, do you have to do something before going to the shrine? Or, for instance, you have eaten food before you approach your voodoo. Do you have to do anything special? So why is it that when people have sex, it becomes so special that you need to do certain things before you approach your shrine or you approach the spirit that you are working with? Each and everybody has their own rules and regulations. There are certain spirits who do not eat pepper. For instance, spirits or voodoos like Afa or Ifa. In the Ewe Afa doesn't eat pepper. So when you eat pepper with your hands or with spoon or with your mouth, when you eat pepper or eat food that pepper is put into it, you're supposed to use a herb we call Avena. I think if Senna is on the program, he should be able to give the botanical name of Avena so that people can know the herb. It's not very common, but it's in the tropics.
Hello, Papa.
Yes, I'm talking.
The English name is called the boundary tree or the boundary plant.
Okay.
The botanical name is Nuboda levi. That's Avena.
Avena.
But only I think it's native to Africa. I don't think it grows other places.
Okay. So this Avena is a herb that it is said in Ewe Afa that when you eat pepper and you want to deal with Afa or talk with Afa or use Afa or to pray to Afa or even to use the divination chain, you should use that Avena to wash your hands so that you neutralize the pepperish energy so that the spirit or the voodoo or the Afa cannot feel that pepper spirit. Then that is it. I have a voodoo called Ablakpo, which is Akpo. We will call it simply Akpo, but the full name is Tobe Ablakpo. And I have this spirit almost getting to 20 years now, and it has been with me. And Ablakpo, it has two things. It has a pot and also has a sack. If you watch us during our New Year celebration, I brought it out because the rain wanted to fall during the time we were drawing the seal, and we were scared that the rain may fall and then wash away the seal and we will not be able to do our rituals. So we brought the Akpo out to put outside so that it can help us beg the skies so they should wait for us until we are done before the rain can come. And it actually did exactly that. Akpo does not like palm oil, especially the pot. It doesn't like palm oil, red palm oil. So when you eat red palm oil, you are supposed to cleanse yourself with the same herb Avena, or at least take a bath before approaching the pot to use it again. So it is with different spirits. Some spirits do not really care. They are okay. Like some of my spirits, they even eat pepper. Pepper is what we grind and put in their drink before praying to them. Whereas some other spirits do not like pepper. So when you are with a spirit, you must know what your spirit likes and what it does not like. Okay, when it comes to the question of sex, as Baba Wakili was asking, sex is also a human urge, a desire, and a need. Just like how we feel hungry, we drink, we eat food. When we are thirsty, we drink water. When we feel hot, we try to get fresh air. So it is the same thing with sex. But what makes sex sacred is that it is two different energies of two different entities as beings coming together. And that act of sex can create another being. So you have the power to become the creator during that act of sex. And I think that is what makes it very sacred. So whenever you indulge in the act of sex, my monitor is awful. Whenever you get indulged into sex, before you approach any of your energies, you should just cleanse yourself by taking ordinary bath with soap, and I think you are fine. And I think spirits or vodus that you work with also understood and are aware that you are a human being, you are not a spirit. And for you, sex is part of your life. So it should not be anything that a spirit will get angry with you to say because you had sex, so it can't work with you. What they may not like is that since you have mixed your vibration with another person's vibration, and maybe the person you had the act of sex with has got a higher vibration than you or a lower vibration than you, we all don't know. When you approach the spirit may feel that, oh no, you are not alone when coming to meet it. So the spirit may prefer you to wash down other people's vibration that has mixed with yours, so that you can be yourself. When you approach them, they know who they are dealing with. So I think what I do is not like I think. What I do is, supposing I get involved into the act of sex, I take shower with soap, and that's it. I approach my spirits, and they have never gotten angry with me or have denied me the prayers that I will make to them. They had never said no or did not act. What about you? If you have a spirit and the spirit says that because you had sex, you have to stay 3 days before approaching the spirit. What about if something happened just an hour after your action of involvement in sex, and your spirit say it will be 3 days before you can approach it? What will you do? Won't you die? Won't havoc come into the world? Won't your world be destroyed? And what is the use of the spirit? A real spirit should be able to work for you at any time, whether you had sex or you had not had sex, whether you had bath or you hadn't bath. A real spirit should be able to act and work for you. But for the sake of respect to yourself and to the spirit, it is good just to take shower and go on with your work. So Baba Wakili, that is my take on that question.
Thank you, Papa. Thank you. It makes a lot of sense. That was my same kind of reasoning. But you hear a lot of different things, and I think it's just based off of people's experience or what their teachers have taught them. But I am in agreement with you, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Baba Wakili. I cannot deal with a spirit that has so many restrictions, and it will put me in an awkward position when I needed them, just because I had eaten some food or I had done some act, and that is why the spirit will not act. No, I don't deal with such spirits. Okay, we have...
it's almost like it's a fickle spirit, you know? It's a fickle spirit, and it's just about itself and not about the evolution of growth.
Right. Okay, thank you very much, Baba Wakiri, for the question, and I think we have learned something from that question. Many people might have learned something from that question, because I even have a friend whose all his spirits are under his bed, and he sleeps with his wife on his bed, and the spirits are still active, and in fact they are very powerful ones that he has. So everybody, the way you have your spirit, try to adjust yourself to them and let them know what you want, and then they should also let you know what they want and what they do not want. Then the two of you, a spirit and a human being, a teacher and a student, a master and a spirit, can now relate to each other without crossing each other's paths. If you deal with your spirits like that, you will always be successful whenever you work your spiritual work. A lot of people are just doing trial and error spiritual practices, and they call it they rated themselves so high because they don't do this, they are clean, they are this, they are that. Everything that you do, you must have a very meaningful and logical reasons to it. You must let yourself understand why you do it, and also other people that you are teaching, also you must let them understand why this is and why this should not be. We don't do things blindly in spiritual world just because we heard that this is what it is. My spirits don't stop me from anything. Once I take my bath, like when I wake up, I take my bath and I approach them, they are ready to work for me. Any spirit, or even the most powerful spirits, I understood that I am a human being and I'm not a spirit. Yes, we have my cousin, my big brother, Martin Kobler in the UK, saying good day and Happy New Year to you, Hunoga. And I wish you speedy recovery. Happy New Year to everyone listening and participating on this program. Kindly tell us about the Togbi Sapate as relate to pandemic and how one can achieve protection under Togbi Sapata. Okay, thank you very much for Martin. I will also use this opportunity for everybody to thank my big brother Martin Kobler on Facebook that he has sent me some medical equipments and some food supplements he had been doing all the time, and this time too he sent me some things to use to improve my health. I'm very grateful to him. Yes, the pandemic was actually a Sakpata. According to the Ewe people, it was a sickness of Sakpata. What is the Sakpata? Sakpata or Sakpate, as we in Ewe land, in central Ewe, we call it Sakpate. Some people call it Sakpata. And then, of course, in Yoruba and in what do you call it, in Ifa, is called Babalu Aye. And in a typical Ewe word, if they don't want to use the word Sakpate or Sakpata, they call it Anyigba To, which is the directly translation like Babalu Aye, the owner of the land. Vodu Sakpate is said to be the owner of the land, and it is always coming around people. It is the one when you go against nature, is the one that brings punishment. And it's the one that fixes things too. So the Vodu Sakpate in the year 2019 at my shrine during a reading when my son Senna was going back to Japan, we were told that we should do some rituals by closing the gate of our houses with certain things before he goes. We didn't know that there was this sickness was going to come. But then we did close our gates. And because when Sakpata advised you to close your gate, it's just like in the Bible when the Jews were told to put blood on their doormouth as Passover, so that when the Spirit of God is passing by, it will not destroy their homes. It will identify them that these are mine. So in our shrine and in my residence, Sakpata had already given us a direction to close the gates, which we did the rituals by closing the gate. So later my son, Senna, went to Japan and joined the junior brother. And that year was the year 2020 became the year of the pandemic. And when we go deep into it, we realize that it is the sickness or the disease or the pandemic was brought by the Sakpata or the Babaluaye or Anyigbato spirit. And usually when Anyigbato spreads havoc, it becomes a pandemic. The whole world is get involved, dying, and things are happening. And that's what we are seeing. So for people who are associated with Sakpata, they can pray to Sakpata or Babaluaye or Anyigbato and get people to do some rituals. But I think to be on the right track, you do a reading and find the right track to be on, then you make a sacrifice. And when you do the necessary vosa or sacrifice, you can overcome. And then on the other hand, the people who are initiated into Togbe Jopata, the bracelet that we are wearing, it also has a Sakpata in it. So somehow, as you continue praying to Togbe Jopata and you are calling his names and incantations, definitely Togbe Jopata and the spirits that are combined to form Jopata, which Sakpata is one of them, are going to be protecting you. So that is my advice. And those of you who have not been initiated into any Sakpata spirit whatsoever, you can call on your teachers and people to do certain readings and rituals, vosa, so that the pandemic or the disease does not, even if it comes to your house, it should not be able to take your life or take the life of any of your loved ones. Thank you very much, Efo Martin. Okay, and Efo Martin Kobla again saying, relating to Brother Shamba's question about extrasensory power, I understand that the U.S. government operates a training program to enable certain defenses personnel acquire this power so they can use it for spy work, for war, and for defense. Okay, I don't know anything about that. I'm not in the U.S. and I don't have any information anywhere on such programs. There's possibility that there is, maybe there isn't, but I mean, and I don't think even if there is, they are not just going to put anybody in it. They will put people that can understand and get listening to their command into that such programs. But that is not exactly what we are discussing, whether the governments are doing or not. We are talking on personal and individual basis, where you develop your extrasensory perceptive abilities, or ESP as it's called, or the sixth sense, so that you'll be able to tap into waves and vibrations and frequencies that comes around you and be able to pick it and translate it into a physical form. So but anyway, thank you very much, Big Brother Martin Kobla. I'm very grateful for everything. Then we have our big sister Oluchi Osuoke saying, yes, Papa, you are right, because if they translate it in English, it will not have the power like in the original language. Peace and love, Papa. Raise that thing, let me see. Peace and love, Papa. I so love your teachings. Thank you very much, big sister Oluchi. Yeah, your question was almost 27 minutes ago. Sorry that this is now before we got to it. Thank you very much. Then there's another one, also Oluchi again. And white people say when a dog cried, that means someone is going to die. Peace and love. Yes, so those are the deja vu and omens and whatever people may call it superstition, but it is a study that they study over years before they know that these things happen. And then we have a Van Perico saying, yes, Papa, you are so correct. There is a priest in Benin who talked about the pandemic and Sabata back in January 2020. He was also doing Sabata rituals ahead of the pandemic. Yes, ahead of the pandemic, Sabata back in January 2020. He was also doing Sabata rituals ahead of the pandemic. It is clear that these spirits prepare their priests accordingly. Yes, you are very true, Van Perico. I'm very grateful. That's what it is. They told us what to do, and we did, and we are still here. We even had a drink we have prepared called coronavirus, our own drink. We prepare it, we call it coronavirus, and anytime we feel like we are catching a cold, we just take some, and then quickly it just clears the nasal passage, and everything becomes okay. Our chests get clear. We call it coronavirus. That's the nickname we gave it, and it's a very good drink. So, and we have Papa, regardless, there is a Papa, please. Are there initiations of those that help in academic or scientific endeavors? Yes, there are. There are. But you see, you don't just enter into a shrine and say, I want the Voodoo that can help me in my academic. You need to be on the path of spirituality before you get to all this. It is not like you just get there and then, oh, I want this one, I want that one. That's why my shrine is a little bit different from many shrines. I don't just accept people just walking and say, oh, give me power so I can go and fight. Give me power. Somebody told me recently that somebody in New York is a boxer and wants to win all his fights, so I should do something. You are not on spiritual path. You think that it's like a tailor-made or a ready-made thing. You go to market and to supermarket, just buy and then you start. Spirituality is not like that. It is practice. You need to practice it, and you need to develop it and build it into yourself. It is not something someone can just sell to you, you buy, and then it start working for you. It may work 1 or 2 days on that person's will, but afterwards it cannot work. That's why you need to develop yourself. And we have our friend Bolaji Ali saying, hello, Papa. Happy New Year once again. Please, are there initiations for those engaging in healing work? I am a holistic medieval medical practitioner. Thank you, sir. Yes, Bolaji, definitely. There are initiations that can help you, because in the sense that when you are doing anything, whether it is studies or healing or even a driver, you get certain kind of spirits that can assist and aid you in whatever you are doing, so that they will be playing their part in the psychic world while you are playing your part in the physical world. And then if you are good partners, or you and the spirit have become a very good partner, the spirit should be able to put their hands into your hands when you are doing your work, and things materializes. So yes, there are initiations that you can take, and then you know which how to deal with which spirit is good and to work with you. I would advise that first you will do a reading to find which kind of spirits that can help you to do your holistic medical practice. Then you can get information on it, and then if the spirit says yes, you can be initiated into them. We will tell you the things that we will need, and then we will initiate you into it. Thank you. Is the internet worrying you people? Then why is the video not coming on this Monica? You mean? Okay, no problem. No problem. It's okay. So anybody, no, you can pause it, it's fine. Anybody in the clubhouse who wanted to say anything? Because I think I will be closing the section very soon.
Yes, good afternoon, Papa. This is Kojo.
Hello, Kojo. How are you?
Thank you for the teaching and everything. It's always enlightening.
Thank you.
I had a question with regards to spirits. I think earlier on, if I'm not mistaken, I heard you talk about different spirits that I guess work together or come together to form Jopata. So I was curious, in and among the spirits, is there hierarchy? Is that my misunderstanding?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. You know, in the spirits that form Jopata, I don't know about their hierarchy. I only know that all the spirits that are there are spirits on their own, and each one has its own field that they are. In some people's shrines, there are only one single of that spirit that they are working with, and it is working with them. And then in another person's shrine, you may find one or two of that is there, and that's what is working with them. But then in my Jopata, all these spirits that are powers on their own, have authority of their own, combined as one to form what we call Jopata and working as a team. So there is no hierarchy in them as far as my knowledge of Jopata is. I don't know their hierarchy, and I am not interested in what hierarchy they belong to. As long as I call upon them and they work for me, I am fine. I'm not so much interested in spirit hierarchy, honestly, because that is not what I am looking for. I am just looking for how I can work with spirit well, interact with the spirit well, and be able to use it to help humanity. Whether this one is the higher one, this one is the lower one. If you have a higher spirit and it does not work with you, what's the use? I'm very simple in my spiritual approach. That whatever works for me, that's what I follow. I don't follow dreams, and I don't follow imaginations. I don't follow dreams, and I don't follow imaginations. I follow reality. So if I am dealing with a spirit like a spirit called Obubuyaya, which I just introduced to my children just before the New Year. It's a dwarf spirit, an elemental spirit, as people may call it. It had been with me for a very, very long time, and I had worked with it all my life, but I don't really most of the time mention them in my incantations when I am praying. But when I go to their shrine, I pray to them. And recently, we were looking for another spirit called Taro, Taro, right?
Yes.
So we were looking for one dwarf that came from Ryoko in Mount Roko in Kobe in Japan. It's also a spirit that I had worked with. We were looking for it. I was discussing something with my children that I had even worked with a Japanese spirit that before even going to Japan. And I didn't even know that it was a Japanese spirit until I got to Japan. When I started seeing the incantations in some Japanese words, I realized that, or when I started hearing Japanese words and I realized that those incantations were in my book, then I was kind of surprised. Then I didn't know there was any place called Kyoto. Not Kyoto, this place, what do you call it? Where Kobe, yes. In Kobe, I didn't know that there was a town called Kobe, but I was dealing with this spirit. So I was trying to explain to my children and my students that there is this spirit which was from Kobe in Japan, and we were looking for it. Then we couldn't find the book in which I put the notes. Then Obubuyaya just told me that he too, he's a dwarf, so he's still in the shrine, he's in my shrine. His things are still there. So why wouldn't, if I'm not firing tarot, why wouldn't I just talk about him to the children? So I asked them to go and bring the things that form the spirit and where it can express itself. We brought it here and I asked it, would he like me to introduce him to other people? And he said yes. And I had introduced them to my students and my children. And then everybody has started working with it. And I think we are getting some positive results from different people. Everybody is saying what they can, they are experimenting. So for spirits, they are all there and they are totally, they are all different spirits. It is up to you what is introduced to you, and if it is a real spirit, definitely it will work with you and you can understand its work if it is real.
Okay. Thank you very much, Papa. Thank you for that. That was very, very helpful.
Thank you. So the hierarchy does not really matter. If the spirit is working with you and you are seeing results, that's what you need. Okay, we have a big sister, Oluchi, here. Papa, I think you didn't answer the question of Jenna Renee Henderson. Peace, love, and Papa. Oh, where is the Jenna's question? Before you jump it. It must be at the... okay, check it, because the question didn't appear. I didn't see it. They didn't bring it to my attention. No, Big Sister Oluchi, there is no Jenna's question here. I couldn't see any of her question. Okay, Jenna was saying, Jenna herself was saying, I deleted it because I spoke too much. It's a private question. Okay. So you can send it to me on WhatsApp and we will talk about it, Jenna. Yeah, so I didn't see it actually. Thank you, Big Sister Oluchi. We are very grateful. Okay, thank you everybody, and I want to hear from Clubhouse if there's anything there for me to do or to say, any question for me to answer, then I will do. Please put the air conditioner off. It's cold. And now you are feeling cold, but you won't say. So, okay, our big sister Oluchi Wonke is also saying, okay, and my Papa, thank you very much for reminding, because I didn't see the question at all. It didn't come to our, we couldn't see it. So, thank you very much, Jenna. And Jenna, you can send me the question on WhatsApp so that we can talk about it. Thank you very much. Okay, Senna. Hello, Senna. Is the clubhouse gone?
No, Papa, the clubhouse is here. I think Sina is just away.
Okay,
for a little bit.
okay. If you people on Clubhouse, do you have any question to ask me? If anything that doesn't make sense or what we have been discussing, if it's not very clear, whatever you did not understand, please just prompt me with that question again, and then I'll try to go over it and bring some understanding to it so that we can all learn.
Oh, Papa, Sina said he's in the car right now.
Maybe he's coming to the shrine.
So, yeah.
Okay. Because I want to close the section, that's why I'm asking the last questions.
Okay.
Anybody in the clubhouse wanted to ask a question?
Papa, I just wanted to say, I heard earlier somebody had asked about saying Joka.
Mm-hmm.
If you could use the Joka in another language and things like that. I just wanted to comment on that and just say that.
Yes, go ahead. So your personal experiences can help other people too.
Okay. I just wanted to say, like, people don't have problems reciting prayers in Arabic, and I think Arabic is way harder to learn than Ewe to me personally. So if people can learn Arabic and say these long prayers in Arabic and things like that, I feel like it's no problem to learn Joka.
Thank you. I believe so too, because Arabic, even the script is totally different from our what we know, but people learn that writing and be able to study and then memorize all the Quran and all kind of things. We don't have a book to memorize. Nature is your book. It give you a leaf and you chew the leaf. It give you a seed to sleep, to swallow, and then they tell you get a knife and cut yourself and see if it will cut. And you do that, and they give you the words, and when you say the words and you cut yourself, it doesn't cut. So Joka is more simple than learning all these long languages. Ewe is a very lively language. It's not that difficult at all, and if people can learn it if you want to learn it. It's not a very difficult language.
Papa, not to be redundant, but can you go over just a brief definition of is it joke again? I think I had to pause for a second.
Okay, Baba, I was talking about the Joka. Joka. And I try to, people usually say Zoka is it's not good, but Voodoo is good, and whatever. And people do not really know what is Joka and what is Voodoo. Every priest will try to explain it according to their own understanding of what they understood. But the word Joka is coming from two different words. One is Jo, which sometimes people will say a Jo. They'll put E in front of the Jo and say a Jo. The word Jo means fire in Ewe language. And then another word for power is also called Jo. Spiritual power is also called Jo because it burns. When I say it burns, it's not like burning your skin, but it burns the what is against you. It fights it. So Eka or Ka simply means rope, like a string or a rope. That's called Eka. So in Joka, the word Joka means a powerful word that you can use in binding things. A powerful word or a word of fire that can be used in binding things. That's why it is eka. Eka is like a rope that you use in binding. So sometimes people will say that you have eka, the person has eka. If you are not a typical Ewe, you will not understand that they are talking about joka. So a joka means a powerful fire thread or a powerful fire rope that you use in commanding and binding things. That's a literal meaning of joka. So the word itself is powerful. And in joka, you don't need too many herbs. It may be just a single herb, and the word that will activate that single herb to be powerful in order to do or bring changes in nature. So joka is a powerful word that when spoken can bring changes in nature. Like what we call in Sanskrit mantra. Mantra. I believe those of you who had gone towards the Oriental philosophy and those who study something connected to Hinduism, Tantra, Yoga, Buddhism, you might have come across the word mantra. And the mantra is a powerful word that is given to you to repeat in order to create changes in nature. That's what mantra is all for. Some can be like a Namyo Ringyo Kong. That is the one in the Soga Gakkai Japanese Buddhism, Soga Gakkai. And then we have the some in Hinduism, which is Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. And then some is Babanam Kevalam, which is only the name of the Father. There are so many mantras in Hinduism. So there are so many mantras in every language and in every culture. Some of these words can only be given to you when you are initiated. The words can never be given to you unless you are initiated. And it is during the initiation that they repeat the words on the seed that you are going to, the paradise seeds that you are going to swallow. Then that seed now takes effect in your life. So that when you pronounce that word or that mantra or that holy word, changes happen in nature. So that is what joka is all about. On the other hand, Vodu is combination of herbs that you put together with other things, and then you put the incantation into it. Then you are giving drink to eat and killing animals on it so that it can take its own form like an energy that will be represented. Whereas joka is just a word, it's only in your head and you mention it at the time that you wanted to use it, and that's it. You don't have to have any shrine for it whatsoever. But then you can pour libation to the name, but then it is only private to you. You don't mention it to people to hear. Because people, by hearing it, may have some adverse effect on them. Because jokas are mainly used for protection. 99% of jokas are used to protect you and defend you at the time that you need help. That's why you call upon the spirit world, and the spirits come and aid and help you to go through a situation. So, Baba Wakiri, that's what joka is. And also Voodoo, as I have just
Some
explained.
understanding to it so that we can all learn.
Yes, do you understand what I have just explained?
Yes, Papa. It's very clear. I do understand it.
Good.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And Van
Thank you.
Thank you. Van Perico was asking a question here and saying that, please bring that down. I have a question up there. Yes. No. Okay, before Van Perry, there's some questions up here. We have my brother for Martin Kobler said there is so much noise pollution in your area that forms background noise to your program. Yes, for Martin, there's nothing we can do with that. It is not in my house that the noise is. There is a new restaurant that is just opened in the next door to my house. They are the next door, and they are licensed to operate as a restaurant, and I cannot go and tell them to put their music off or their customers and clients off because I'm doing my program. I am doing my program in my gallery, and that noise is coming from outside. There's not so much I can do with that as at the moment, so please bear it with us. We will be managing until one day when we are able to put soundproof doors and windows to protect us from outside noise. But for now, we will just be managing with this. Because at the end of the year, we also made a lot of noise here, drumming and everything. They didn't complain, so why should we complain? Yes, so thank you for Martin for that. Let's go on to they said, and a big sister Oluchi also okay, saying, and you didn't answer my question also, Papa. Let's see your question, big sister. I thought I did, but let's see. Which question was that? Can Said go back to the question slowly?
So that we can all learn.
Yes, I think you spoke about it is called electromagnetic. Then we read that and explained, and we agreed with you. And then go down. Let's see. I don't know which question is there, but we'll come across if it is there. You asked if you were wrong. I say yes, you were not wrong. You are right. Yes, as far as the electromagnetic face-to-face connections and interactions and frequencies are concerned, you were very right. Then let's go and see. And then you said, okay, thank you, Papa, here. And then let's see what is there. Go. Okay, then your next question or answer was yes, Papa, you are right. Because if they translate it in English, it would not have the power like in the original language. Peace and love, Papa. I so love your teachings, and that's where we got your last question. I'll go down. Let's see. Okay, here, yeah. And white people say when a dog cries, that means someone is going to die. Peace and love. Yeah, I say yes, it is, because they had studied and they had observed over the years, and they know. So when such things happen, they know what the outcome usually becomes. So yes, I had read that one too. Let's go up. Then okay, oh, wait. Then you have this one that Papa. I think you didn't answer the question of
Jenna Renes, which we actually didn't appear on our this thing because she put it off before we got to it. So let's go. And then Jenna said she deleted it because it spoke about too much of his private question. It's okay. Then big sister Oluchi said okay, and my papa. Then we got to my brother Martin Kobler's worry about the background noise. So I don't see any other question that. So I didn't see any other question. It is not on our. It didn't come on the screen.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. This is my first time on Clubhouse. This is my first time in a room. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm glad you can hear me.
You're welcome. And may I know who is speaking, please?
My name is Deal Harris, and I'm in the United States in California. And I was on Facebook, and I put a couple questions there. But I don't know that anyone saw them, so that's why I decided to come on Clubhouse.
Okay, what was the name? I don't think there was a name on Facebook with your name. I haven't seen anything, and there was no question here for us to. I don't know what's happening with Facebook. Not every question is coming onto our. We are not seeing it.
Oh, okay, all right. I've been listening to the tuning in a few times, and I have some questions that have been building up.
Sure.
So I wanted to know that when Africans say juju, does it include voodoo? Are they talking about something different? Is it general? Is it specific?
Okay. The word juju, Said, you have, there's another listing of Big Sister Oluchi talking about Hare Krishna thing. So please put that there and you'll get to it before. Yeah. Okay. You see, the word juju is actually not an African word. It's a word that was coined out of Belgic French. When King Leopold of Belgium sent the missionaries to Africa to go and spread the good news, using that good news as a camouflage to steal the wealth of the people in the Congo, he told his marshals and people who we were calling priests, but in reality they were not priests. I would say they were thieves, but they were cassocks and all the same, came to us, pretending to be God's workers. He told them that when they go to Africa, they should not preach listen to them. They should not preach how people can be good, how things can be well, goodness, and don't steal, don't kill. Those things the Africans knew already. They don't kill their people. They don't steal from each other. Those things are already known to Africans. But what they should do is they should discourage the Africans from using their juju. Jus in Belgic French, and I think in French also means toy. Toys, as in children's toys.
Oh, toys. Okay, like fetishes. Okay.
So when he told them that they should stop them from, they should discourage the Africans from using their juju, which means the voodoo dolls that our people were using were like toys. So he encouraged and told his ministers that when they go to Africa, they should discourage the people from the jujus. So that juju was what the Belgic, French, and all the other people who came tried to discourage our people from using them or approaching themselves or approaching those things for help. And they promised them that there is a God in heaven that when they are dead or they die, they'll go there and have their reward. Meanwhile, the Belgians or the French And for that matter, the Europeans, they never waited to go to heaven to get their results. They were stealing and looting our wealth and building their countries. And today, if you want to go to France, want to go to Belgium as an African, you need to get a visa, and they can choose to reject you or allow you. So that word juju was coined out of that Belgic French word juju. So when today Africans who are Christians, especially who are Christians, they say juju, they are referring to all our voodoo artifacts, everything that we use in worshiping the divine being in our culture. That's what the Christian people call juju. So it is just a French adulterated word of juju becoming juju.
Okay, so I think what I heard you say is that it comes from a French term, and that originally it referred to objects, sacred objects that were sub-Saharan African religious objects.
Definitely.
And the religious practices that go with them.
Right.
And it could be any African religion?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, my next question is that, well, I've heard here in the United States, we have a lot of different people of African descent from everywhere in the world. But I've heard, people of African descent that are Black American, like born here, been here for many generations, Cuban, Nigerian, even a Somalian, and most of these people practice Ifa, which is probably the number one most well-known sub-Saharan Black religion here in the United States right now. And they speak badly of Voodoo, which I find shocking because it seems like Ifa and Voodoo are sibling religions. I mean, that's the way I see it. I'm not a practitioner of either one, but I just have an interest in sub-Saharan Black religion. And so I just wondered if you have any insight into how this conflict came about.
Okay, I don't think any conflict came about. The conflict may be in the diaspora. There is no conflict in it in in our West Africa here. There's no conflict between Afa, Ifa, or Voodoo. There is no conflict. It is the people who taught this Ifa religion to people. Because you see, Ifa is spirituality and as well as a religion. A lot of people concentrated on the religious aspect of Ifa by worshipping Olodumare, Oduduwa, and all Obatala, and worshipping and praying, just like in Christianity, how you worship saints and angels and whatever. So a lot of people in the diaspora find that one more appealing to them. That's why the people who came to the diaspora to teach about this African traditional spirituality taught them the religious aspect, whereby people are only involved into worshiping and dancing and singing and then praying. But then on the continent, there is no conflict between Ifa, which is the Yoruba way of worshiping the divine. And then with the Ifa come the Orisha. Orisha are spirits or Vodus. There are two tribes or two ethnic groups here. One is the Ewe and the Fo. They practice Voodoo. Voodoo simply means spirit or spiritual practices dealing with nature spirits, and it is called Voodoo in the language of the Ewe and the Fo people. The same Fo people, they practice what they call Afa, which they use in working their Vodus. because Afa is a divination tool and give guidance to how you can do things and be successful. So if you are going to work your Voodoo, or you want some information from your Voodoo and to know how to work it so that it can work for you, you consult Afa. Then Afa will tell you how to work your Voodoo so that whatever you wanted the Voodoo to do for you, it will do it for you by following the direction. On the other hand, the Yoruba has Ifa and the Orisha. So the Ifa is the one that the Yoruba will use to consult to know how to work the Orishas or the spirits, or if we will call that Orisha in that the Nigerians call Orisha, we in Ewe culture will call it Voodoo. So there is no conflict here. The conflict was created by the people who have come to pick these informations and brought it to the diaspora, with the sense that people who were practicing Nigerian Orisha or Ifa practices telling their followers not to join into Voodoo because it is dangerous. So that is where the confusion came about, if there is any. But I don't think Ewe people or people practicing Afa and Voodoo ever would tell people practicing Afa that they shouldn't practice Orisha practice because it's dangerous. No. I don't think so. It is the other way that people who brought these Orisha practices or the Ifa practices into the diaspora wanted to maintain a religious group where people will be their followers and they continue playing with their minds. So they asked them not to delve into any other thing, just like how Christians will tell you, don't go to Islam. Islam is wrong, or don't go into traditional African spirituality, it is evil, but you must follow Jesus Christ and the teachings of Jesus Christ, and that is all that you should do. Right. And the same thing, Muslims will also tell their people not to become Christians. Muslims are not allowed to marry Christians because Christianity is a different thing. Meanwhile, these two religions originated from the same man.
That's true.
So it is the people who took this African traditional spirituality into the diaspora, wanted to create religion out of it and have followership and have members. Then they create that thing that, oh, there is a conflict between Voodoo and Ifa. So don't go, if you are practicing Ifa practice, don't go to Voodoo. It is dangerous. It is not true. It is just people trying to have dominance over other people. That's why such things were propagated. It is not true at all. There is no conflict between Ifa, Afa, Voodoo practice or Orisha practice. There is no conflict whatsoever. We are from two different ethnic backgrounds and we speak two different languages. And our languages are this, when we speak, we call, the Ewe call it Afa, the Yorubas call it Ifa. The Ewes call their spirits Voodoo, and the Yorubas call the spirits that they work with Orisha. It's a language that are different, so there's no conflict whatsoever in this thing on our side of the world. If there is a conflict in Voodoo practice and Orisha practice in the diaspora, then it is people who are trying to confuse and convince people to as if they were in Christianity by telling them that if you are practicing this, you cannot practice this. It is never true.
Okay, thank you for that. The next question is touches on some things that you already talked about today, which is that well, here in Black American culture here in the United States, we have old terms. I call them old because I'm not really sure how many young people are using them today, but it could be because I'm not in the South. I live in the West. So there's terms like voodoo and conjuring. And they basically combine herbal and folk healing practices, like healing and magic. And so they're really eclectic and syncretic and combine African, European, and native indigenous people's practices. So now that's the history. But today I'm hearing a couple times I hear people refer to something called light work. They're using this term light work. And what they say is this is like practicing folk magic, black folk magic, but it's only for positive purposes. It seems to be what they're emphasizing. And I just, with what I've heard about West African religions, it seems like all of them say that knowledge has the potential to be used for good or bad. So then my question becomes, do you distinguish within West African cultures a difference between someone who just does positive stuff?
Okay, the word light work, I've never heard it before, and I don't know what it is. But in the south of United States, I think in Louisiana and other places, a lot of people practice voodoo. And the voodoo practices are the same like anywhere in the world, in the sense that knowledge is power. In voodoo, we use herbs, and we use words, and we use other things to combine to bring healing and to bring changes in nature. And that is the basic thing of voodoo and Ifa practices and also all these Africans don't have religion. Africans do not have a religion. There's a mistake that a lot of people are making and calling it African religion or West African religion. Africans do not have religion. We have spirituality. We don't have a religion. It is in religion that people have write books and say God say this, God say that, God say that. You don't see it in our traditional practices that God say this, God say that, and God is the one saying this, and God has got this, has got that. No, we deal with nature and nature spirits and how to live in harmony with them. It can be used to harm people, and it can be used to help people. Voodoo is like a knife. You can use knife to attack people and hurt and harm people. At the same time, you can use the same knife to help to do good things like cooking and cutting bread and weeding and doing everything. So knowledge as it is in two ways, left and right. So if you want to use it for good, you can use it for good. If you want to use it for bad, you can use it for bad. That's why our ancestors do not just give knowledge and wisdom to anybody who just come and say, I want. They need to study you and know the type of person you are before knowing what to teach you and what not to teach you. African does not have a religion. We don't have any hierarchy of God and say this is the highest God and this one come under, that one come under. There is a small voodoo in somebody's village, and that voodoo alone is enough to protect that community and do everything. They don't care about what voodoo is somewhere far away. Their community is satisfied and it is protected by that voodoo. So the voodoo can be used for good and can be used for bad. It depends the hand that holds it.
Yes, thank you. And so are there practitioners who just focus on specific types of energy or results is what I'm asking, I think.
That one depends on it depends on your trainer and also the energies that you are working with. It depends on what you want to use it for and what your trainer or your teacher or your master introduces you to and the spirits that you are working with. Here in our side, if you are working with a spirit that is trying to protect people and then you want to use it for bad, at the end of the day, the spirit will kill you yourself. It will destroy you. So it is not a question of who is using it for good work or who is using it for bad work. It is up to you. Can be used for whatever, but when you whatever action you take, you must always remember that there is always a reaction to your actions. And if you do good action, good results come to you. If you do bad results come to you. So if you want to use voodoo for healing or use it for anything, then you must get the people who use voodoo for healing to train you in that way. Because after all, it is herbs and nature spirits.
Thank you.
You're
Very
welcome.
much.
Thank you too. So, okay, we have our sister Oluchi here on Facebook, and they have, I said, I was talking about so many mantras, and then Sister Oluchi was saying, and they have Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Also, peace and love. Thank you for all the great works. Yes, this is what I was talking about. These are all mantras. There are some mantras like the Sohang, and people say Hang So. There are so many mantras in the Hinduism. So there are many mantras in African traditional spirituality. And these are the ones we call Besa, Joka. When you mention these mantras, changes happen. It's not like the Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, and you dance for hours without experiencing anything. Our own, if they just mention it now, things start happening. Someone can even mention a mantra that a snake will come out from the bush and come and bite you and go back. This is how it is in our tradition. Ours is not just a dancing spree. It is not for, that's why I'm saying we don't have a religion. It's only people who are religious who like dancing and all these things. We will do only those things when we are doing rituals or we are celebrating something. It's not like, that is not the way of worshiping God. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody. And I raised that after Big Sister, which is this. Is there any this under? Yeah, we have Vampirico again. What, Papa? That was a wonderful explanation that you gave to the lady. You should speak more on. Gave to the lady. You should speak more on this in the future so that people in America will become less afraid of the propaganda started by those who introduced IFA to America. Thank you very much. You know, Vampirico, that my problem is that if you ask me the question, I will answer. I'm not here to have conflict with anybody. I'm not here to dispute anybody's claims or whatever. But the truth is always the truth. But then if somebody prompts me with the question, I'll give the correct answer, because there is no confusion between Voodoo and Ifa or whatsoever. It is the people who came to the diaspora who are trying to control people by saying that, oh, you don't, if you are practicing Ifa, you cannot do Voodoo. It's not true. There's no conflict in between them. They are just different languages calling the same thing. Just like I was saying that the hunter spirit, we the Eves call it Ade. The spirit of the hunter is called Togbe Ade. And then in Yoruba or in Ifa, they call it Ochosi. It's the same thing, but two different ethnic languages calling the same thing, and but then calling it in their own ethnic languages. And what is the conflict in it? There is no conflict in anything. It is a confusion that people brought. That's why people brought the religious aspect of Ifa to people in the diaspora, because they knew that it was easy to convince people who were coming from a Christian background who probably want to worship something, want to worship some God. So long as it's called a black God, they will worship it and they will be satisfied. I don't teach religion here. I'm teaching spirituality. And I don't practice religion. I don't believe in religion, because religion only tends to dominate and control people and don't make you to think for yourself. Spirituality is an individual affair. You learn at your pace, and if you get a very good teacher, you will be good. Okay, we get to for Martin Kobler. Say, is it ever possible to replace all voodoo with joka? If so, how can sacrifice be made to? There is no need of replacing voodoo with joka for Martin. There's nothing like that. Why do you have to replace voodoo with joka? There's nothing like that. Joka exists on its line, and voodoo exists on its line. So there is nothing like replacing any one of this. There is nothing like that. There's nothing like that that you want to replace something with it. No. There's no need. I mean, what for? What will we? What? Because we have voodoo and we have joka. Joka is the words. Voodoo is something that somebody meant. Listen, people who have joka still have voodoo. People who have voodoo, they also have joker. So there is nothing like replacing one with the other. That's why I'm saying it is not a religion. These things are spiritual things. And when spiritual things are not things that physically you need to replace, like you are in a church and so from today I don't like this church, and then you break away and then you form another church and give another name and then go and worship the same God that you were worshiping in that church. It's all lies. It's all people who are not serious. Anyway, thank you very much for that question. People are not serious. They want to be religious people, just like how Christians are behaving. That's not what I teach here. I teach spirituality. Like that question. And then Van Perico said, Papa, does Joker require initiation? Yes, you have to be initiated. Everything, initiation simply means introduction into the spirit or to the spirit. So, yes, it requires initiation. Without initiation, you cannot get introduced to any spirit. Move the cursor. Okay, we have a Kukubo, God knows. Wise one, Happy New Year, long life and good health. As for money, only God knows when it comes. Yeah, I said Gavivina, the Gadomina one. Money is sweet, but to work for money is not easy. And so that's some people's family name is very interesting. So yeah, money is sweet, but to work for money is not easy. Or to work and get money is not easy. Then we have our sister Oluchi also. Okay, say, okay, Papa, thank you for your answer. Yes. If you don't move it, I cannot see. That new commenting covers it. So if you don't move the cursor, I cannot read it. So, okay, Papa, thank you for your answer, Papa, with peace and love. Thank you, big sister. Peace and love to you, too. And then we have a big sister, Oluchi, say, wow, this is great, Papa. This is a great talk about the 6 most of the time. Some say we shouldn't have love making when we have to call upon the Spirit. I'm grateful you talk about it. And now my question, Papa, is what about when a woman is under her period? Okay, now before that question came in, okay, so big sister Oluchi, that's very, very good question. When a woman is under her period, there are certain spirits that do not like to see blood. If such spirits are with you, then when you are in your monthly cycle, you don't really go directly to the shrine, but you can pray to it from afar, not really interacting directly with the shrine or the spirit. But you can be at some maybe 2-3 meters away from the shrine, and then you pray to it. It will accept it. So, and if there is a spirit with you that does not care for that, and you know that spirit doesn't care, why not? It is you, because the menstrual cycle of a woman is part of nature. It's part of that woman's life. So the spirits cannot say that because you are doing this, you are in your monthly period, so don't come closer to us, unless except the spirits who do not want that. There are certain spirits that don't want that. But even I know that there are some practices where people even use their menstrual pad blood soak in water or in alcohol to pray to certain kind of energies. And these are done by women. So I think there is no big deal with that. You must know what spirit you are working with, and know what the spirit wants and what it doesn't want. Like that I said in the beginning, then you know how to work with that spirit. Because like the bracelet that we are talking about, this bracelet doesn't have anything to do with menses or no menses. You wear it day and night. You can wear it while you are even making love to your partner or whatever, it does not stop any negative spirit. It doesn't stop anything. If you call it even during that act of sex, the energy will appear and will work with you. So there is nothing like having sex and then things do not work. However, there are certain practices when you want to involve into it. You yourself, you need a lot of energy. As a human being, you need a lot of energy to meet the spirits on their level when you are doing certain invocations. So in order to be able to build up that energy level, you may refrain and restrain yourself from making love to your partner or an opposite sex, in order to conserve the energy to be able to invoke and bring the attention of what work you wanted to do. That one is just like how people would decide to fast when they don't want to eat certain things because they want to build their energy level to be able to do certain work. So that one, notwithstanding, you can do anything, and if the spirit is real, it has to work for you. And so period, if you are in your menstrual period, then you should know whether the spirit you are working with that if the spirit doesn't like that, then you don't go near the spirit. That doesn't mean you cannot call upon the spirit to work for you. It will. If the spirit is real, it will still work for you. Okay? Thank you very much, Big Sister Oluchi. I'm very grateful for that kind of question, because a lot of people, these are the questions that are restricting them from getting involved into spirituality. Because the fear that, when I am doing the spirituality, maybe I will do this and spirit will get. Why should spirit get angry with you because you have sex? The only thing spirit can tell you about sex is that spirit can warn you and advise you that don't go in for this woman, because maybe this woman has a man in her life, or don't go in for this man, or maybe this man has a woman in her life, and if you go there, it may create uncomfortability for you, and you bring bad blood between you and the people. So the spirit will advise you. But if you yourself, you don't want to listen to the spirit, and you go ahead and you fall into trouble, it's your own palaba. It is you who is going to carry the trouble. The spirit will advise you, and it is up to you to listen to the spirit or not to listen to the spirit. And when you fall into trouble, the spirit will be looking at you because it already told you so. Apart from that, there is nothing to be afraid of as far as sex is concerned. We are humans, we are not spirits, and spirits are not angry because you had made love to somebody or not. No, I don't have that in my spiritual shrine. Yes, let's go. Then Big Sister Oluchi say, "Oh, sorry, Papa, Facebook keep on jumping my questions, so I have to formulate it in another way about love making that you talked about before. Thank you, Papa, with peace and love." Thank you very much too, Big Sister. Yeah, I think there's a problem with Facebook today, and some of the questions are not even coming here at all. We have a Star Lima coming. Is there a way I can stop myself from falling in love? Crashing on a person who isn't in love with me. I'm getting sick from it. Oh, I'm sorry, I've not got that juju yet. I was not taught that juju that will stop you from falling in love. Falling in love is an emotion. And if you cannot control your emotions, then of course then you can't control anything. How can you fall in love with somebody that you think doesn't love you? Yes, initially you may have a crush on the person, you may fall in love with the person, but once you know that the person doesn't love you or the person doesn't care for you, why remain in that distance? So it is not the voodoo that can change you, it is your own mind and your own attitude towards the relationship that will tell you that. I've not got that juju yet. And then Big Sister Oluchi was laughing for the answer that I gave. Yes, of course, I've not got that juju who stop you from having crashes on men and also falling in love with men. Now, maybe I'll get it one day and I'll teach. But as for now, I'm not yet near there. Yes, I think that's the last question. Now, when we want to close, that's the time a lot of people come. Right. So, okay. Yeah, we have a God body, Chofui, 2-4. Okay, God body 2-4. How can we use our voodoo to become the leaders of the world again in positive way, Bokor? What voodoos do you have? And what kind of leadership do you want of the world? Problem that black people are having is that black people want to rule the world. Why do you want to rule the world? What I will advise is that at least rule your house. Try to change your children. Bring knowledge and wisdom into the minds of your children so that when they grow, they can also advise their own children to know the right thing. Instead of going to be dancing in church and expecting heaven to bring good things to them, they can start saving their own life first. If you are able to do that, then you are doing something. But if you are thinking that the voodoo is going to help you to change the world and become a leader, I don't think so. Because every culture has a voodoo, one way or the other. And everybody believes in what they are doing, whether it is working for them on a spiritual level or not. Only they themselves will know. So for the mind, the thought that the black people will one day rule white people and white people will become your servants and all these things, forget it for now. At least try to control your own house, control your own life, and make sure positively you yourself, you are a positive being, doing good things, and changing the world in your small corner. If you can do that, and everybody else can do that, the world will change for we, the black people. One thing you should understand that in this whole world, it is the black people only who do not love themselves. That's the truth. It's a very bitter truth. It's only black people who do not love themselves. So when you keep always blaming the white man, yes, white man has done a lot of havoc on the black man's mind. And then now people are awakening. Yet still, you will talk to your fellow black man about his ancestor, and he's going to condemn you, tell you that his or her ancestors were devil worshippers. Just because what the white man had told him many years back to his great-great-great-great-grandfathers, he's taking that, even though he has no proof to say so. And every black person thinks that their ancestors were evil, especially those who were in religions. Some black people even believe that to be a Muslim is what the black man should be. Some believe that you have to be a Christian, then you are worshiping God. Why black people cannot see that the DNA, the blood that is running in them, came from their ancestors, and that they should look towards their ancestors' way of relating to divinity. Try to change yourself and change your immediate family and people around you. Once their minds are open, they will also be able to change other people. But when you think that you can change the whole black race, you are deceiving yourself. They will kill you, like they had killed Martin Luther King, they had killed Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, and all the people who tried to change the consciousness of the African American. They were all eliminated by their very black people. Black people set up their own black people to be eliminated, even on the continent here. So forget about how you can use voodoo to become a leader in a positive way again. Change your own life. You yourself study the voodoo very well and be able to be in position of power to be able to change things around you. If you can do that, you are doing something for yourself, and you are doing something for the black human race as well as generally for the human race as well. Then God body 2-4 say, what about us whose ancestors were sold into slavery in America? How can we take back over? Take over what? What do you want to take over? What do you want to take over? want to come to Africa and take over your kingdoms, or it wasn't everybody who was sold into slavery in America was from a royal family. People should be very much aware of that. So people keep deceiving them that we were kings and queens in our land. Do you think that everybody in Africa is a king and everybody in Africa is a queen? It is not true. It's not everybody who was sent into slavery or sold into slavery was a king or a queen. This is very bitter truth. So that notion always that, oh, we are black people, we were all kings. Kings over who? If all of you are kings, then who are you king over? Who were you kings over? There were kings. There were servants too. Not everybody in Africa are kings or were kings and queens. This is the bitter truth. What you can do, brighten your own corner. Trying to take over what? I'm sorry, I know today is your first time here, but that's not the way kind of things I teach. I don't teach the things that people teach. I teach reality. And I teach practicality. I don't teach dreams. I don't teach illusions. You cannot say that you want because your room is dark. Listen very carefully. You cannot say that because your room is dark, you wish the moon to come and be in your garden so your room will be bright. It will never come true. The moon can never come and be in your garden. But you can create a way of making your place bright, not by wishing the moon to come into your garden. Because even if you wish the moon, you can fast for 100 years. The moon is not coming into your garden. Unless you begin to use your brain and mind to create light or create something that will bring brightness into your place. So I think that whether we are Africans or African Americans, all that we need to do is to listen to one another. It is the black people who hate the black people most. That's why white man knows that. That's why we use the black man against his own fellow black man. The age we are in now is everybody for himself. You must develop yourself individually. That group thing doesn't exist anymore. Because take for instance, in America, black people only come together when something bad happened to one black man or a few black people. Then every black man come together, and then people start to sing, "We shall overcome." After that is over, everybody goes back, start fighting each other again in the neighborhoods. Have gangs, young people form gangs to be shooting each other, killing each other over drugs and other things, over money. Everybody wants to be respected, and if you are not respecting somebody, maybe the person has money or is older than you, otherwise you end up being killed. The black people in the world as a whole are against themselves. So let us try to talk to our children. Let us first develop ourselves, then we teach our children, and our children will teach their children, and from there, maybe one day we can also form that group where we can be one with one voice. Then another question from this good boy 24 said, thank you, because it's people in America who are selling us fake foods and poisoning our people in America. Whatever. If you can make a farm, you will not eat a fake food. So those things, you cannot overcome it. Because so long as you are going to eat food and you are going to buy food, there's a possibility that you can get a fake food. Is it not? If you make your own farm or your own garden behind your house, and even that one will not be enough for you for the whole year, you need to buy. So if you feel that people are selling you fake food, then go and buy food where they have organic foods and avoid this. So, I mean, these things are not excuses. These are not excuses because they are realities that are happening. You can't change it. You are going to eat anyway, and you are going to drink. You don't have a farm of your own. So if you say they are sending fake foods to you, poisoning you, then come to Africa and make farm. Even here in Africa, we are also buying canned foods from all over the world. We are eating everything. So I don't know. It's not only black people who are eating. Everybody is eating foods from the supermarket, right? So let us not be deceiving ourselves. Let us be very practical and realistic in our approach to solving problems. Then it's a God body, twofold. You say, I agree, I will. And the good body say, no. Then I will focus on my family. Yes, that's the best. Focus on your immediate family. Try to change their mentality from their young age. Let them understand that whatever they are seeing in the world is an illusion. They can grow above this illusion if they choose themselves and love themselves most. It will be about that. So that's the advice I can give in this. Okay, I think, are we done here? I think that's the last thing on this thing. So we will go to Dayawa Ahaji. Hello, sister. I would love to come and experience your 31 God willing this year. How much will it cost me and my 4 kids? We are done with the 31st ritual. It only happened on the December 31st last year, and we are done with that. And but you can come to do a reading. You can come and then make some inquiries about the challenges that you are facing. We are here. If you are in Ghana, our consultation is 400 Ghana cedis plus 2 bottles of this drink, Bifita, 2 bottles plus 400 Ghana cedis for each person who is doing a consultation or doing a reading. Whereas the people in the diaspora and outside of Ghana will pay, $150 US. And if they are transferring money through some agencies that take taxes on the transfer, then sometimes it's $165 US. Thank you very much, Sister Ahaji. I think there's 2 questions that you move it to. I saw one, I was reading one. Yes, please, and every time. So then the second one, I would love to come and experience your. Is it the Facebook that's doing that, or you people are doing it? Let me see the other question. There's one. There's a Dayawa. It's a 31st December. I mean, oh, the 31st is already passed. We have already passed. It will be this year, end of the year, 31st, 2022. That's when we will hold this festival again. Thank you very much, Dayawa. May God bless you and bless your children and your generation. Then we have Jenna Renee Henderson. Hello, finally, Jenna. Papa, is it true that our African Voodoo is most feared by the other races because it's the oldest on this planet? I don't know whether it is the oldest on this planet. But if we go into scientific research, and if it is said that the black people were the first people to be on the planet, and from black people all other races were born, then we can agree that the black people, what they had been practicing, the way they worship their God, or the way they worship divinity, may be the oldest in the world. But then, leaving that science aspect away, we cannot say that the black people are the one whose practices are the oldest. But what I know is that what the black people practice as voodoo or afa is very potent if you are trained by the real teachers, and people will be afraid of your practices because Voodoo is like a knife. It can harm and it can also protect. So definitely the African traditional spirituality is very old. But whether it is the oldest among all, I don't know. Are we done? Okay, that's the last one on Facebook. And check YouTube. Okay, I think God body too full. So you're all right. So thank you very much, everybody. And then on the Clubhouse, do we have anybody with any question there? I'm asking if on the Clubhouse we have anybody with any question.
If there's anybody here with any question,
You said?
it appears to me that nobody has any question here.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I'm going to close the section by pouring libation, and then I'll see you, everybody, next Sunday, God willing. Oh, Manga Soboisa, Manga Kitikata, Manga, Semadakpe, Bebeto, Vai. And I'm a social baby. I'm a Siam Proclaiming. Maybe tell me up over Lamanese, the Donage, Dogina of you, Lamanese, was Robert Lamanose, over Dono, Monobu, at Bebemono, who now, Nieto toilet, Baydora, let me annual feature in Angelina Lamanese. Animal Sonia, Animal Lamanese, and the Cosrabe, John Benny, Manuva Vena, I'm a Siam do Tarabeni or Senia Bedbe. The way you will meet you ever you remember petition Yanako Banyama into Brother Ota. Cosraye, any woman, a pay, Maninga, Agbedago, Mono, Gunam, Siam, Lamasessa Mono, Agbemono, Bunga, Mono, Gunam, Siam. There may be a oh, my young Togumama, Petabuchi, my young Pepite, and so many family, no Siam. You have just a poor libation asking for the goodwill for the coming week and strength of health and prosperity for all of you in the new year. May the ancestors continue to help and guide you to the right path. Thank you very much, and I'll see you next week, Sunday again. To all of you.
Thank you, Papa.
Thank you, Shamba. Thank you all. Everybody, Big Brother Echo. Thank you all.